And we are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name is Tony Vicenda. I'm Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP, which is a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard, and skincare alchemy in the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desire is to help amazing players find great games they can love, and amazing designers find great players who will love their games. We do that in a lot of different ways, but the most fun we've had, that I've had on stream, probably since we've started, has been sitting down and doing this actual play series in partnership with the Gauntlet of the Between with some amazing players. We are in the midst of this is post mid season, right, Jason?
Yeah.
We're in the second half. We got costume upgrades, new sets, cast changes, all kinds of fun things happening. Vyn will be back with us a little bit later, but let's whip around and say hello to everybody, and then let Jason take us in. B, you want to say hello to the people?
Hello, hello. You might notice I've been recast by the guy who plays Lestat in the new Interview with the Vampire. Don't worry. We haven't, because we have a better budget now. So it's all good.
Awesome. Wes, who have you been recast by, and how can people connect with you?
I got recast by Jake Gyllenhaal, but from the future. But then Jake Gyllenhaal from the future went back to the past and redid Bubble Boy, and that's who's playing Langfisk today.
Excellent.
Hi, my name's Wes Franks. I'm with Carrie and Comfort. My pronouns are they, he, and I play Langfisk, whose pronouns are he, him. And he's the fat totem, and he's played by Jake Gyllenhaal.
Awesome. I've been recast by the guy who plays Pornstash on Orange is the New Black. I'm pretty sure his name is Pablo. I can't remember who, but it's the actor
Pablo
who my wife
Schreiber.
always says should play the slightly more attractive version of me in my Lifetime movie eventually that comes out. Because you should always think not about who would play you in a blockbuster, but who is the slightly more attractive version of yourself who would play you in a Lifetime movie. And so,
Can I change my answer to Skeet Ulrich?
you can get your answer to whoever you want.
Be good. Okay, good.
And Jason, who is the one actor we see portraying all the NPCs in the show now? Because we've dumped this huge budget into the main.
All of the characters are being portrayed by star of stage and screen John Malkovich.
There we go. Love it. I'm going to hand things over to you to take us in.
Yeah, so we are back with another session of The Between, and we're going to be kicking off with the day phase. Let's do just a little bit of recapping from last time. You currently have 3 active threats, the Creature of Crumworn Gardens, the Waitley Camera, and the Cursed. You didn't make a ton of progress on the Creature of Crumworn Gardens and the Waitley Camera last time. You made loads of progress on the Cursed, though. The Cursed, we are trying to figure out if Rick Miller's transformation is permanent or reversible, and it's a complexity 4. It unlocks the next question. Once you answer that, you currently have 6 clues for that inquiry. For the Waitley Camera, we're trying to figure out what circumstances will cause someone photographed by the camera to disappear, and that's a complexity 8. You presently have 5 clues, and we're also still trying to figure out whether the Creature of Crumworn Gardens is real or a hoax. You have 5 clues on that complexity 4 question. You have 7 mastermind clues presently. And taking a look at the hunters, Lord Grey and Nox are definitely hurting in terms of conditions. Langfisk almost never is, and is certainly not doing too bad right now with just suspicious. And so that's sort of where things stand. If you haven't changed your Dawn questions and you want to, you can go ahead and do that now. A reminder that Dawn questions are your role-playing goals for the session. And if there are no other questions, we'll just dive right into the day phase and see what everybody wants to do for this day phase. And I will start with Lord Grey. Lord Grey, what do you think?
I mean, I think this is like a side thing to our assignments. Is that gooey man still in my room?
Well, I don't think I'm ready to talk about that yet.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay, I have vacated then, and I am... I'm probably gonna go check in with the Waitley Camera stuff. I think Lord Grey's independently had the same idea as Nox. Is like, did Periwinkle survive? Maybe we should go find him. And, that's where I'm headed, is to the Obscura folks.
Mm-hmm. Langfisk, what's your plan for the day?
Back to Cremorne Gardens. Going to go ahead and look around. Was there a mention of Madame Tussauds at one point?
There was a clue that Madame Tussauds is getting ready to have this like creatures or horrors of the deep display, and the suggestion was that maybe the creature of Cremorne Gardens is like some kind of promotional stunt connected to that. In addition to terrorizing a competitor of Madame Tussauds, but who knows? I mean, that's just one possible thing going on. There are loads of places in Cremorne Gardens to still go investigate, though. So, what about you, Knox?
That's a great question, Jason. I don't know, because I don't know if you remember, but at the end of the last session,
yes,
you said a thing. And that is
Yes.
that I was sitting with Flag. It was the night phase, and then all of a
That's
sudden,
right.
a garrote went around my neck, and we
Mhm.
faded to black. So
Mm.
I don't know what my plans are today,
Are you alive?
or if
Are
I
you
have
dead?
plans.
I think we should resolve it right now.
Okay.
So we're gonna pick up with that last little bit with the cliffhanger. Admiral Flag pretended like he was interested in talking about fish, sea creatures or something, and got you sitting across from him. He also mentioned he also talked a little bit about his history with Theodora. He was the naval officer who captured Theodora back in the day during her pirate days, but now they're good friends. And then at the end, he said, Mrs. Brathwaite, or Theodora, sends her regards, and someone with a garrote wrapped it around your neck and is choking you out. This is going to be the night move. What are you afraid is going to happen if this goes poorly for you?
If this goes poorly for me, I am worried. I think I'm honestly worried that Theodora will think she's got the better of me.
It's worse than that. She will have gotten the better of you because you will be dead. So,
Well.
and yeah, so it'll be a yeah, that's intriguing. Let's see how this plays out. I think you are getting a particularly poignant lesson on the nature of life and death right now, and so I'm going to put you at disadvantage. I do want to suggest that this is probably vitality. So,
I mean, the biggest part of me wants to make a pitch for composure.
no, it's vitality.
About keeping my calm in a stressful situation. No, that's fine. So that's
I mean, what are you going to do? How are you going to resist?
Yeah, that is, I don't think it would be Nox's inclination to try to physically resist. I actually don't think composure really makes sense, because I don't think I would just sit there and hope I could nerve my way through this.
Yeah.
I think best reason would be the thing that I would make a pitch for, which would be like essentially like trying to slam, like not slam, but push myself backwards. But I think that's equally vitality, not reason. So I don't.
Oh yeah, maybe if you slip something.
Yeah,
like,
if I had something that I
between
easily felt like
Yeah.
I would have, I just don't think. Yeah, because the other things I would say would be like I pull something out of my bag and I cut through it, but those all feel vitality-ish equally to me. So I think you are correct. And it doesn't really matter, because either way, I will have at best rolled a 6, and so it does not matter what stat I use. It is a 5. It is a 4 though, rather.
It does not go well for Dr. Spectum. Indeed, the garrote tightens, and we just see a line of blood as it moves through your flesh like a wire through soft white cheese. And we hear the snap of your windpipe. We see blood spurting up from your mouth. And in the end, your head is slumped down on your chest. And Admiral Flagg says, "Well, be sure to put a ribbon on the body before you send it to Brathwaite Hall."
Cool. Unless someone has an issue with it, I'm going to mark the Gilded Door.
Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever had a mother be most beloved. That's really intriguing. Very, very intriguing. It's a bit of a complicated mark for you. I'm just gonna, since you're marking it, I think you're going to have to replace frustrated with the Gilded Door, and you should be good to go there. So
Okay.
or with most beloved. Instead, I want to just know how you plan on escaping the situation.
Let's see. I think one of the things, though I have costume changed back, I did recently receive a pretty impressive wound on my neck at one point in time, and it has been dressed, I think, pretty well and pretty thickly. And so I think as we see this garrote go in, we see it kind of catch on this thicker fabric for just a second, as we see more by luck than by skill. Nox kind of like slip to the side. We see the cravat that he's been wearing along with this thick bandaging pull away, and see these two very obvious puncture wounds on his neck for the first time as he slips away from whomever was standing behind him.
What do you do then?
I think I'd take in who, like, I want to see who was trying to choke me. Like, I want to see who came after me.
It was just this, you don't recognize him. You might have maybe seen him in passing.
But just like a functionary of the household.
Yeah, he's a man not wearing a shirt, a middle-aged gentleman not wearing a shirt and wearing and no shoes, and has tattoos all over his body. And he somehow manages to smell like the briny deep, even though you're not near the ocean. A crew member, we'll say, of HMS Chimera.
Is it a well-muscled middle-aged individual, or is
Not
it
really,
okay?
Nah, I just got the jump on you.
I think, like, I make eye contact with him, and I tap my fingers just really quickly on the side table. This has got to be an ornate. There's got to be stuff on these end tables for these couches. What I pick up a globe that's kind of been sitting there, and I spin it around, and I look at him, and it's very obvious, like I'm taking in his anatomy, and I go, "There's really nothing of value here," and I just throw the globe at him as I quickly make my way to the door.
They don't stop you. Maybe they've sent their message well enough, or Theodora has. And we see you. You don't have to go far, just like 50 feet to the safety of Hargrave House once you get out the door. It's perpendicular to Chimera on the square. And we see you stumbling back in. You smell the smell of burning when you go inside the house. There's a vampire that was roasted up on the top floor, but that's something you all can talk about in the morning. Now let's fast forward to the day phase. Thank you for that. I want to note here that because the Gilded Door was marked by the mother, no one else can take the Gilded Door now. That's no longer available for anyone else. So let's check in with everybody. Lord Grey, you are going to go to the Waitley camera. You're going to go to the Society Obscura. Langfisk, you're headed over to Cremorne Gardens. Love that. Dr. Spectum, once you've had a night to gather your bearings and and reflect upon what's been going on in your life lately. What are you going to do today?
I think let's see. I wanted to go to the astral room. I think I am relatively enthralled with the weight concept of the Wheatley camera. It's a little bit outside of my standard expertise. I think I would. I would love to visit. I would love to visit the library, I think. Just a library, a free public library.
I mean, Hargrave House's library is pretty.
I guess I could do
robust.
Hargrave Houses, and it probably
Yeah.
makes more sense to do that. Well, I'll spend the day in the library researching a little bit more about Whately, transdimensionalism, and the function of an actual camera to get a little bit better sense of what we're dealing with, I think, is kind of how I'm spending the day.
Interesting. I like it.
We also do, I think, have to define a item that was found by the resurrectionist, and I probably owe you a body scene, if not more than one at this point.
Yeah, you may owe a couple at this point. Well, that's something we can pick up with as well when we get back to you. Lord Grey, you're headed over to the Society Obscura.
Yes.
Do you just walk in as usual? Or...
Of course. Yeah. Of course I do. I own this place, obviously.
You walk in and you actually do see Periwinkle today. He's dusting a portrait in the hallway. He's not dressed up in one of his costumes. He's just in regular clothing, kind of simple trousers and white shirt. And he looks up at you and he says, "Oh, it's you. Hello."
It's you. Hello.
Yes. Do you want me to get Mr. and Mrs. Abernathy? Are you here for a photography session or something?
Well, no, I would rather talk to you. Last I thought you were, well, maybe not dead, but you look fine. I'm impressed.
Right. Well, whatever you think I went through, I assure you it was just a nightmare. It was just a terrible dream. And you can actually see them. Like, you can see, like, the bandage, like, creeping up from his collar, where Rick tore into him. He says, "It was a nightmare. Bad things happen. And I hurt myself. And I have no more desire to be involved with your organization or anything else anymore."
Is that really what you think? And as he speaks, he starts walking towards him. It's this terrible mockery of what Rick did, of this very self-assured walk that to anybody else it would be flirty. And I think to Periwinkle it comes off threatening. I don't think you believe that.
You are probably very accustomed to people doing whatever you want. But I don't really have it in me right now. I'm very sorry.
You don't want to tell me anything that might help or disclose some information, get it off your chest?
Make the information move with presence. Yeah, let's see how that goes.
Okay. I was waiting to see if I was going to be at a disadvantage or something.
Mm-mm.
This is awful, awful, man. That's a 10.
10. We'll come back to this. Langfisk, when you arrive at Cremorne Gardens for this afternoon, you can hear in the distance the regular pop of small firearms echoing out from the shooting gallery, the occasional shatter of glass from exploding milk bottles. There's actually a man in a full suit of medieval armor placing a rose crown on his queen of beauty, who is a blushing elderly woman with a corncob pipe in her mouth. And there's a crowd of people clapping and cheering at this, kids running back and forth. They have a trampoline set up, and so people are standing in line to jump on a trampoline. It's all very frivolous, but relaxing, pleasant afternoon, fun. What do you do?
Langfist is there, and Lynn Bohai is with him.
Oh, okay, great.
One of my regulars.
Mm-hmm.
Or I have to make that call. I'm going to try to get Lynn Bohai there. Sorry,
Okay.
The move is I don't just get to tell them where to show up. I have to roll and see if they do show up.
Go ahead and roll. See how it goes.
That is a 10.
Okay, so Lynn Bohai's there. He says, so what are we doing here, Langfisk?
Well, you and I are going to start spotting through the crowd here. I need to get some of the feelings, try to see if we can kind of get an ear for what's going on around this area. We haven't been paying too much attention to it. If you want to see if you can spend some time with the people, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make my way over yonders towards the trampoline area.
Yeah.
And I want to see what I can dig up. It's been quiet around here, and I'm uncertain that maybe we've missed the mark.
I like this. You can go ahead and take the information move with, I would say, probably presence. You can take it at advantage, though, because of Lynn Bohai. Your suspicious condition might cancel it out, though. So I think it's just going to be 2d6.
It's a 5.
A 5. It's a really lovely day. There's a soft murmur of laughter and people enjoying picnics and children running back and forth, as I've noted. In the distance, that pop of the guns, but also the crash of bowling ball against bowling pins at the rowdy American bowling saloon. Lynn he's actually doing a pretty good job working the crowd. I think that there's a little bit of novelty in his presence here. He's a sailor. I think he's in his sailor's whites, and he's kind of talking about all the sea creatures he's seen, and that's causing people to want to open up to him about it, right? Or whatever they think they know. And this is actually starting to turn into something of a sensation. Lynn Bohai suddenly finds himself holding forth around a group of people, talking about his experiences as a sailor, and you can tell he's just sort of making things up about stuff he's seen, sirens on the waves and all this kind of thing, krakens and whatnot. And there's a lot of people who are oh, ha ha ha, they don't really believe him, but there's enough kids and stuff who are kind of really into his stories. He's a surprisingly good storyteller, and he's gathering no information. The Simpsons, as the afternoon wears on, the Simpsons actually approach him, and they're wow, you're so good at this. We would love to give you a job here. And you know that Lin Bohai is slipping out of your sphere of influence when you walk up to him and he says, "Oh, would you like an autograph or something? Or would you like me to sign something for you?" And then he realizes, "Oh, Langfisk," right? And yeah, it's a whole thing. While you've been like hitting the pavement trying to figure out what's going on here, not really coming up with much except for just ridiculous, hysterical stories about what people think they've seen. Lin Bohai is becoming a little bit of a celebrity here. About to get another gig.
I'm gonna mark a mask.
You don't want to lose Lin Bohai.
I'm marking the Mask of Revelry. I think it's very fitting.
Oh, it is fitting. I agree. Let's read the Mask of Revelry. It says, let's see here. Each hunter will have to narrate a flashback to the last truly fun day they had. So instead, you've got a mixed result. I'm going to just give you the clue. I'm not going to put any extra complication on it, except, I have a thought. Well, see how it develops, but we'll come back to the scene in a moment. Dr. Spectum. The resurrections come back. What were they getting for you? A body part and what else?
They were getting a body part, and we also chose that they will search for other valuables in the night. During the dawn phase, another hunter will tell you what you found and add it to my personal quarters. We can let another hunter or chat do it, either way.
Yeah, chat might have a thought. Yeah. Chat, what did the resurrectionists bring back during their night work for Dr. Aspectum that might be of some use? While chat's coming up with that, what body part did they bring back?
We are going to have them bring back. Let's go with. I think we're gonna go with lungs.
Interesting. Are you ready to narrate your flashback?
Yes. We see a young Nicholas again, constantly in this kind of monocled reflection, distorted at first, so it's hard to initially make out. He's probably about 10 years old, but his eyes are ragged and red. His shirt is off. He's got a compress of some sort on his head, and you hear Charles's thick, heavy voice just say, "Breathe, breathe, Nicholas," as he brings a bowl of mentholated hot water close to Nicholas's mouth. We can see the congestion. This is an incredibly sick child, apparently on the edge of death, and we just see, without any concern for himself, Charles holding this bowl of mentholated water, and he himself breathes deeper than is probably healthy into his lungs to encourage Nicholas to do so. "Breathe, Nicholas, breathe." And all of a sudden we see a snotty, like, snort in as he takes a deep huff of this and starts to be able to soothe out and breathe a little clearer. You can tell it'll be a long and restless night ahead of them.
Thank you. Let's see what chat came up with. Okay, chat. Do we have any thoughts? I have from Gabriel, a wasp nest formed around a doll. Good job, Harley. That's an option. Let's see, what else do we have? A silver tip divining rod, a signet tooth. That's pretty terrific. Chaotic said a surprising amount of clothing, just an alarming amount of clothes. Let's see here. What else do we have? An aged red violin. Oh, that's intriguing. 4 solid, hardly marked, very, very intact ears. We love that. So many options. What do you think, Tony?
The
Chad came through. Good job, Chad.
Yeah, great things. I don't know what a signet tooth is, but if I look at the list of things that are in my personal quarters, it is 100% the thing that belongs there. And so, if a signet tooth is a thing, someone tell me what it is. If it's not, I'm glad that it is now, and we'll figure out.
I don't think it's a thing. I think it's just something that who made that up? That was from Jackie OMFG.
Next to my book, my flesh terrarium, my book of flesh page tattoos, all the other weird shit that I've got in there. Signet tooth is 100% the item. I mean, I think the resurrectionists get what Nox is all about when it comes to the kind of things he likes to keep around. You know,
they know what kind of a sick, weird little dude you are.
I can't wait to bust that signet tooth out later, though.
Fantastic. Oh, is that Jack in chat? Jackie OMFG. Okay. Fantastic. Well, clues. Lord Grey. This is really interesting because I think that Periwinkle he's clearly just like sort of coping with the trauma of what happened with him and Rick in his own way, right?
Absolutely.
And your approach, I think normally when you approach people with confidence, they're kind of taken in by your looks, by your appearance, by your attitude. And in this case, I think it's more like it's more intimidating, like you said. It's more like you're trying to almost like rattle Periwinkle to shake loose whatever he knows, right? And I think that's a really interesting approach. And as you get close to him, he says, I don't know what you are, but I have the feeling that you aren't meant to be here, that you should have passed away from this place a long, long time ago. You're just a ghost made flesh, wandering around. I'm consumed with morbid thoughts like this ever since Rick. So what do you want to know?
I want to know how you got away.
And he kind of sighs. And he says, well, I went for his gun. I shot that creature, whatever Rick had turned into. In truth, I don't think it would have worked. I don't think that. I think the beast had me dead to rights. There wasn't anything I could have done. But Rick let me go. Whatever vestige of him was inside that thing managed to take control just long enough to allow me to wrench free and run away. And I think here he says, I've seen him since then.
Where?
Outside my flat. I think it was him. It's hard to say. And he goes into his pocket and he pulls out a fang, very large, the length of your finger. He says, I found this outside my door. That's your clue.
Fuck yeah. Oh man. I think he doesn't get close enough to like he's not going to touch him. He's not going to touch the fang. That's not necessary here. But he does get close enough to look at it and think about the last bit of Rick he did see. And the same story they heard in that terrible ghost house about Rick going there and not hurting anybody. And he pauses for a long time in Periwinkle's personal space, by the way. Does not care that he's here. And looks at him. And he's never tried to get in or hurt you? Do anything?
I get the impression he's trying to protect me from something. Maybe he's trying to protect me from you.
He's doing a poor job then. But I guess we'll see.
What are you going to do to him when you find him?
What do you think we should do? What would you do?
I wanted him to kill me. But my instincts took over. So I guess all I want is just one more chance to see if there's still some small part of him inside of it.
I'll keep that in mind. Maybe you'll get your wish. Maybe we both will. Who knows?
Who knows?
And he'll just turn and leave and go into one of the rooms to go fucking look around for the fucking camera. Absolutely ignoring Periwinkle's presence from then on out. Even if Periwinkle comes into the room with him, he is now like servant class.
Mm-hmm. I think you should scar your reflection for this dismissive behavior towards Periwinkle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is not good behavior.
No, this is me. This is what happens when they leave me alone.
How's the painting changing?
Let's see. God,
How does
how
your
many...
casual cruelty and dismissal of Periwinkle affect the painting?
Let's see. How many marks do I... Gosh, Jesus Christ. I have 6. I think... Yeah. So I think the thing that we're seeing, that this glimpse of the painting, I actually think that there's a few there's like a skeletal body back behind him. You don't know who that is. Who knows? And there's like a beautiful pale hand that is on the ground just almost out of frame. And then we see Periwinkle's bloody shirt at his feet. And it's the whatever he was wearing the night that he saw Rick.
Fantastic. Langfisk, Linbo High, you're not having much luck this afternoon. Honestly, probably the more annoying part of all of this, maybe, I don't know, you can decide how you react to it, but I would be annoyed by it, is how the creature of Cromorn Gardens is actually becoming something of like a, it's starting to become like a fad, or it's starting to be like a thing people are super into. You even saw a person wearing like really bad paper mache dorsal fins and mask, going "Arr, arr," and like people around them laughing and all this other stuff. Like it's becoming like a joke, you know. Linbo High, Linbo High is presently he's presently like basically securing all the trade right now at Cremorne Gardens. He has two handsome young dandies vying for his attention right now, and they're kind of hanging out on the promenade. He's not really getting much done. He will have learned something, but in the meantime, what are you doing?
Let Len have his gay garden party dreams of his life. I think just there's just too many people. There's too much going on. It's just too much. All of it's too much. So Langfisk is going to just turn and just stalk towards the water.
Hmm. And
just mumbling under the breath.
I love it. I love it. Have you all? I can't remember. I want to make sure I'm not getting my campaign wires crossed. Have you all met Albertina Welk yet?
Nope.
Okay, you're about to meet her right now. You are walking away, kind of grumbling a little bit, when a woman who is she's got a glass of wine in her hands, awfully early in the day, but that's okay, wearing a quite a form-fitting bustier kind of situation with her dress, and a fascinator on her head that's like shaped like a magpie, and she says, "Why so glum, chum?"
I came here to work. Fellas that I'm working with don't want to work.
Who comes to Cremorne Gardens to work? This is a place of pleasure. This is a place to let loose, to unburden yourself.
I think maybe not working is something that you blokes can afford. But look,
don't try to make it about class.
It's not a thing about class. All right.
It's so tiresome.
I work nearby a lord who is a wonderful person, but it's different for him. It's different for folks like you that can wear magpies.
She says, "Ah!" And she raises up her hands, kind of does like a little thing, and she starts to do a little stomp, like a tango stomp, and she's making really direct eye contact with you, and she says, "I can see it inside you. You have the soul of a dancer. There's a mover in there just waiting to rip free from that surly, curmudgeonly facade." And now she's like circling you. "Do you dance, sir?"
I only dance if I have one intention. I don't know if that's the intention that I'm intending to have for today.
She kind of like gets really close to you and she says, "I love dancing. I know all the new dances. The polka, the Portland, the Boston, the Viennese waltz is how I made my reputation with this set here. But the tango, the tango, so dramatic. Do you like drama? Do you need drama?"
Trust me, darling, if you knew my life, you'd understand that I do not need any more drama in my life.
Oh, I see. The put-upon man, burdened by his work, chip on his shoulder. Some of us are just trying to have fun. We're just trying to find a little bit of levity in this ridiculous, stinking city.
If I dance with you, are you going to stop trying to read my entire character? Do you try to read people all the time? Or is it just something that you don't let them like get to know somebody through conversation or anything like that?
I find you can say a lot with your body.
Okay, all right. Well, let me go ahead and give you a whole speech. Then we'll do your tango then, and it's just going to kind of roughly just like grab her hand and start stalking towards the dance floor. Just like, fine, you want to dance? Okay, we'll tango. You want to
She
tango?
says,
Let's
well, she's like, there's no one on the dancing pagoda right now. It's too early in the day.
You need people to dance with in the pagoda. You can't...
I like to have a bit of an audience. Depends on what kind of dancing I'm doing, of course.
When would you like to go dancing, miss?
Well, tonight, if you would be interested in meeting me here, you and I, well, I could show you a few steps. We could dazzle the crowd. The dancing platform can hold as many as 1,000 people. Do you know what it's like to lose yourself in front of a group of people like that? Taking in their energy, their excitement, their admiration. And then once the night is over, I'll take you back to my place and we can do a little bit of horizontal dancing, if you will.
A good old-fashioned route after a night of dancing.
I don't even know your name yet, sir.
You haven't asked it yet, madam.
I'm Albertina Welk. And you are?
Langfisk.
Just Langfisk?
You can call me Langfisk. Or you can call me Mr. Langfisk.
Oh.
Or you can say, hey, mister.
You are going to be a tough nut to crack, Langfisk. But I like a challenge. And you seem like a very challenging man. So, now that we know each other, and now that I've sized you up,
if my lord does not require anything of me for this evening, then you shall find me near the dancing pagoda, awaiting you to tango. We'll see about afterwards.
excellent. Now, smile. There we go. And she waltzes off. How are you feeling right now?
Like uncomfortably seen, like red, like I don't know, just like so yeah. Langfisk is just like I'm brooding. No, like how did you like penetrated almost? Right? But not in the fun way.
Take exposed for now as a condition.
Exposed is a good word.
Yes. Linbo High will come back with a clue, which I'll give it to you. I still owe you, but I want to cut over to the good doctor. You can go ahead and do the information move with reason, Knox, just to see what you might have learned from an afternoon of research. Let's get some dice on the table for that, and then we will start to transition into our first break.
Be 9.
9. Okay, fantastic. All right, so I owe you a clue. I owe Langfisk a clue. And Lord Grey, did you dive into a particular room in the Society Obscura, or were you just trying to make a dramatic exit and didn't really care where you ended up?
Frankly, it was about the dramatic exit.
Okay.
Like, I had come here to go investigate the Society Obscura with Loki, hoping I'd know about what would happen to Periwinkle. Got an opportunity and did the most dramatic thing possible. I don't care where I end up. He's not
good.
looking.
Good. I like that. I think I'd like to go ahead and take a break. And so, Tony, if you want to get us out of here, that'd be great.
Yeah. We'll be back in just a few minutes to keep on playing The Between.
So hot.
That is what everybody first heard. Was that just sigh of relief? As we come back, the entire team, here we are. We are live again. Jason, I'm going to hand things back over to you.
Thank you. All right. So we are now joined by Septimus. Septimus the vessel, Mr. Redding, or Mrs. Redding, I suppose. I'll just bounce between them.
Oh, totally.
Redding, for now. How do we find you? What... You are a resident of Hargrave House. These people all know you. You're not meeting them for the first time. You've been away. And I just want to see you in the day. What do you look like? How do you dress? What is your vibe?
I mean, despite having a kind of timid but kindly demeanor, all black, like a funeral. I don't know what they're mourning, but it seems to be something that calls for completely onyx and ornate. I think their day is just pretty much just going about very casually. A lot of books, reading, not necessarily studying, a lot of recreation, possibly taking notes from like other hunts and haunts and such. Not exciting, just lots of words on pages.
Right now, I'm going to put you in the library with Knox. Knox is currently...
how convenient.
Knox is currently researching the Whately camera and trying to learn about its strange properties and how it might operate, or historically what we might know about the camera. Indeed, you do discover something, Knox. It's not about the camera itself, but it does connect with what we believe the camera can do, which is the camera has some sort of ability to transport people through other dimensions. Now, of course, whether you believe in this or not is beside the point. This is what other people believe the camera is capable of. You actually find an interesting tome on astral projection, on opening up portals to other worlds, of shifting your consciousness between realms. And something stands out to you because it is reminiscent of something you saw at the Society Obscura. But there was an order of mystics that used to claim to be able to project their consciousness, and they had a ritual by which they would cover themselves with multicolored veils in a particular order, and the covering and then the uncovering of the veils was part of this process, this ritual process of stepping into and out of other places, other states of being, dreams, perhaps. And the colors were very particular, and there was a really particular order. You would start with a white veil, and then you would put a silver veil, and then a gold veil, and then a black veil. And when you were ready to return from this altered state, you would reverse the process, right? Very ritualistic kind of manner. Sometimes these colors are used in different configurations. It's not just veils. Sometimes it's markings. You make certain inscriptions with those colors in a certain order. Or you have candles lit in those colors, right? And so that's your clue. It's this idea of these veils being layered atop one another in a certain order, color order. And I think this stands out to you because you had no reason to note it before, but you actually saw folded up cloths in these colors up in that little room that the camera was in. And Reading, you will find Knox here in the library, having just discovered all of this. Let's just have the scene.
So does he have the camera, or is he just like reading about the camera?
Just reading about not even about the camera at this point, right? Knox, just about
just about
interdimensional travel.
Yeah, transdimensionalism and interdimensional travel, with an emphasis on like light spectrum concepts to keep it vaguely scientific for himself.
Yes, vaguely. It's a interesting one. Oh, knock. Get Dr. Spectrum. Hi.
Septimus. Hello.
Tim would be fine. You don't. Septimus is so hoity-toity.
Of course, Tim.
Thank you. What do you have going on, if you don't mind me?
And moment where Knox is obviously embarrassed to be reading the book that he is reading. You see a very uncharacteristic, like, flush to his cheeks. Just dry academic elements. Theories of transdimensionalism, using the light spectrum to punch holes in reality. I mean, it's very theoretical, advanced theorems. How have you been?
Oh, I've been quite fine. I've been on holiday, weddings, such you have to celebrate. I don't think that seems to be in your realm of thinking.
I mean,
quite in character, I would say.
My realms are constantly expanding. I'm not one who lets the simple limitations that most have bother them too much.
Great place to be, and still, as expected, the great doctor. Can I help? Or do you need any assistance, research?
Are you familiar at all with the more esoteric theories on?
Do I know what that is? Esoteric should be my. It's not my middle name. That was a joke.
Yeah, Septimus Esoteric. Tim
Septimus
Reading
Esoteric Reading does
is
sound like a mouthful. Yes, no. But I am. Yes. How can I help?
Well, though the use of veils and other items is being referenced here, it seems, I don't know, like I can understand the progression both on the metallurgic and photospectrum of these colors and pigments. It doesn't quite follow form the way that it should. Obviously, there's this mixing of both metallic concepts and then pure light concepts, and this seems to fall out of the realm of science just a touch towards the end. It seems
There's noise
are we
coming from
smelling burning right
upstairs.
now?
No, really?
There's a noise coming from upstairs. A sort of grating, droning, moaning. What do you do?
Do we have guests? Is someone ill?
I honestly could not tell you. I had quite an evening last night. I came home to the house smelling of burning.
Lord Gray.
Oh, one of those guests.
Lord Gray.
I'm going to check on that before the house is just turned over and moans. But I will say this. I think that maybe with this joining with the esoteric insights, maybe these veils are also the veil. It's a sort of like a double entendre might be happening. That possibly, maybe. I'm going to check on that. I will see you.
I require sustenance, Lord Gray.
I'm going to kill this person. I'll be right back.
I'll actually mark a mask with a pass to avoid the
Wait, you're avoiding this?
I just wanted to get some good Julius noises in for a little bit first beforehand. Yeah, I'll match a
Oh,
mark with the pass.
you're gonna bump it up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bump it up.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, then in that case, your conversation is not interrupted by Julius moaning for blood upstairs. It's just an echo of the previous night, I'm sure.
Oh, well then, never mind. Did that make any sense? Maybe we can. How do we prove this theory? So it's not, theory anymore.
I mean, for me, the process would be simple experimentation. I mean, do you have veils like these? I mean, I have a good amount of pigment and materials we could use to supplement, but I'm not totally familiar with the process, and I don't know that I quite buy the...
Well, I do love experimenting. We can find these materials. We could just go buy them, purchase. We have money.
Well, I mean, yes, but I mean, this veil nonsense. I mean, I understand the wordplay seems attractive, but it seems also overwhelmingly simplistic.
Well, maybe some things need to be simple. Like, not everything has to be some long, complex equation that you have to break your brain over.
Well, I mean, I understand, but it just seems...
It seems beneath you to be working on something simple, doesn't it, Doctor?
Just boring. Like, there's no...
Okay, that's true.
I mean...
Where's the boring in experimenting?
I mean, I guess you're right.
I know I'm right.
Fantastic. I'm going to cut over to Langfisk. Let's just wrap up with Lin Bohai really quickly. He didn't learn much from talking to people. In fact, he got pretty well sidetracked, as it turns out. But he did manage to find something of interest. He says, "What do you think of this?" And he gives you a piece of scrimshaw. And the scrimshaw has been carved to look like a creature rising up out of the ocean.
Looks at it for a long time. Godzilla. No, I'm going to look at it and just be like, I think this is good shit, Lin. I thought you were over there faffing about with two gents, but now, mate, you found something. This is some solid something, mate.
Not completely useless.
Not one bit. No.
He says, I saw you over there. Were you dancing with that lady?
I don't dance. What are you talking about, mate? What are you just completely out of the...
Are you... You don't really strike me as the type of person who would engage in something so frivolous as dancing. And you look like you were definitely dancing with that woman.
I mean, who's to say that dancing is frivolous, mate? I mean, honestly, like, multiple cultures all around the world participate in it, and I just don't think that maybe you should be judging. I think we need to leave, and I think it's time for us to go. It is getting late.
He says, it's barely noon.
There's a lot to do, Lynn. I think that's all for today. I think you're good to go. This is good work. This is good work right now. Yeah, I wasn't dancing with anybody. I was asking questions of a potential witness. They might have seen something.
Right. Well, I've made a couple of friends today, and we're coming back tonight. So If you need me to do anything here tonight, I'm happy to do so. I'm sure I won't see you here tonight on the dancing platform.
If you were to see me tonight here, mate, then it would be for work reasons
Right.
in particular. But if you're coming back tonight, then I might as well come as well and just keep an eye, overwatch. You seem to work well amongst the crowd, so I shall overlook and make sure that nothing sneaks up behind you.
He just laughs and gives you a little doff of his crackerjack hat and goes on his way. Lord Grey, you just, after spending a moment terrorizing Periwinkle, you dive into a room at the Society Obscura, having made your dramatic exit. You're in a room that is very dark. The curtains are pulled closed. And there's just I would say there's just a sliver of light, in fact, coming in from the window. But it's enough to illuminate a mirror on one side of this room. And you catch your reflection. How does your reflection, if even briefly, show the truth of you?
I think for just a second, we see it for the same amount of time Bastion sees it. It's a man who is at least in his 60s and beraggled, harsh, and cruel. It's enough that it makes him jump. And he kind of hits the door. It kind of messes up his dramatic exit that he just did. Because he instantly makes a noise the moment he leaves the room and gets in here.
There's someone in the image with you, a young woman walking up from behind you in the mirror. It's Penelope Levy, the actress who originally disappeared. You have pictures of her, you recognize her. She's not in the room with you, but she's in the image of the mirror. Please, you have to help me. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know what this place is. There's mist all around, and I see things. I see things in the distance. Vast things. Titanic. Beasts, shadows. I can see them all around and down below. I have to get out of here.
I think as she speaks, he walks up and touches the mirror to see if it reacts.
As soon as you touch the mirror, she looks behind her and she says, "I think it's too late." And she just gets pulled away and she just flies back until she can't be seen anymore. I would like for you to make the night move. What are you afraid is going to happen right now if you lose your nerve?
That whatever just pulled her back is going to find a way here.
Ooh, it's worse than that. It's going to find a way here and pull you in with it.
Oh.
You're going to roll with sensitivity,
Oh, God.
and let me take a look at your conditions. She's in my head. That might apply a little bit because Penelope Levy is maybe rattled you a bit. Roll with disadvantage.
All right. Oh god. Oh, that's a 5, folks.
5. You realize quite suddenly that you are standing in a room with mist rolling in at your ankles. But there's a window, a portal, a frame hanging in midair in front of you. And you can see Portia Abernathy and a young lover stumbling into the room. They're laughing, they're giggling. Aren't you scared your husband will find us? She says, don't be ridiculous. My husband's going to join us at some point. And they begin kissing, they begin taking their clothes off. And the lover, this young man, he looks over her shoulder as he's kind of necking with her, and he looks up and he makes eye contact with you. He says, there's someone in the room with us. Look. And Portia looks and she says, no. They're in the mirror. And they both walk up as if you are in the reflection. Who is it? I don't know. It's some old man, some withered old man. Perhaps it's a ghost. This is not some sort of photography trick, some sort of special effect. No. We're being visited by some sort of undead creature, some ghoul, some ghost, speaking to us through the mirror. Speak to us, ghoul! What would you have us know?
How dare you?
And then as soon as they touch what is the mirror on their side, you just get this sensation in your stomach as something pulls you back into the mist. And that's the last we ever see of Lord Bastion Grey.
I, of course, have to mark a mask. I cannot go out looking old. That's unacceptable.
Fantastic. I love it.
Oh my god.
Very good. Very good. We're having a lot of masks racking up here. We're going to have to address these pretty soon. I want to go back to Hargrave House for a moment, though. Ms. Redding, I do want to give you an opportunity here to do something in this in the research or in the scene or however you want to do it. Like, what is your approach here? What's your thinking?
I was grabbing dice. I mean, I think it's as simple as like trying to help Knox with different books, just being a research assistant.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Kind of passive.
I like this. I'm into it. Go ahead and make the information move, I think, with reason for sure. And let's take a look at your we don't have any conditions, obviously, but do you have any moves that would be helpful?
That's a good question.
You have your ritual move. That may not be super helpful yet. A thinning of the veil. You could pull out your tarot cards, I suppose.
No. Like, yeah, no. Yeah, I'll just do a regular.
Okay. Go ahead and roll with reason. Let's see what you come up with.
With reason. That is a 5 and an 8.
Okay, good. Well, I can't let this go. While you're doing your research, you do hear, but you do learn something interesting
Mm-hmm.
about the situation. Let's see here. I think you're going to discover that you find a centuries old almanac that connects up the various phases of the moon with a thinning of the veil between dimensions. That's your clue. Phases of the moon. Knox, what are you getting up to right now?
I think the reason this wasn't necessarily quite as successful as we wanted to before it's because I thought I was being a research assistant also too. So like I think we've largely been piling up just books for that we think the other person would be interested in reviewing.
Good.
And not necessarily getting as far along as we should.
I want to point out that you don't hear Julius. Only Tim does. In fact, Tim, you live your life with dark entities always in your peripheral vision. Spirits, creatures that want to be around you, that want to know you, that want to be in your business, that want to be your business. And whatever this is that's making the noise, calling out for Lord Grey, it's aware of you too. What are you? What are you, and why can you hear me?
What am I? Well, for one, I'm annoyed. You are not very Do you hear that, Doctor? The insisting, or is that my losing?
I mean, when you're not doing it, I can't hear it. No.
Okay, so I am crazy. Wonderful. I'm going to see if I have something for that. You enjoy these tomes. You are doing wonderful. I think you will make great progress if you stop believing things are above you for being simple. Okay, bye. And just like toddles in the direction of that voice.
Yeah. It's not so much a sound as it's something that you're hearing in your head. And this entity, whatever it is, it's reaching out to you. It's reaching inside your head and it's plucking at your strings to get you to notice it, to get you to feel it and sense it. What is it like as this thing worms its way into your consciousness?
I think pluck is a very good word. Kind of like you finger picking an instrument, just that pulling it taut and snapping it back for a dissonant twang. And it's very annoying. Like, I'm already headed that way. You can stop now.
You end up in front of Lord Grey's door.
Let's give it a polite knock. See if Bastian is actually in there.
No answer.
Oh, of course, breaking and entering back on my first day. And just opens the door, kind of embarrassed that they have to go into another hunter's room because that's invasion of privacy and they wouldn't want that to happen to them. But here we are.
The room is actually in really bad shape. It's nearly gutted from having been burned. The curtains are burned. The bedding is burned. The whole place is scorched. That probably explains why Lord Grey and Langfisk were holed up in another part of the house last night. But this thing is in here. You can sense it. What do you do?
Okay, we don't really have time to be coy about this. You're already scratching in here and it's very unpleasant. So if you would like to have a conversation. Hello. Hi, my name is Tim Redding.
Make the day move. What are you afraid is going to happen right now if you lose your nerve or your composure in this situation?
I'm afraid that I might hurt myself, like trying to escape this creature.
Oh, interesting. Roll with, if you wish to continue into the room, roll with composure.
All right. I have no composure. That's a 3.
A 3. You hear, "Look down here, Tim Redding. Place your hands and knees upon the charred wooden planks and bend low and look beneath. Yes, Tim Redding. You do. You get down, you look underneath the bed, you see a charred corpse underneath the bed. It turns its head, a blackened skull filled with large blackened fangs. And it flies out so fast. It, like a cobra, it springs out from the bed and latches onto you. It actually uses its rib cage to like pin your hands to your side as it digs into your neck, trying to get your blood so that it can be revitalized. If you wish to, if you mark a mass, this won't happen. If you want to continue, it's going to be another roll.
Yeah, might as well. I'll take another roll.
Let's do the day move again. What do you afraid is going to happen if this goes poorly for you?
I might lose my blood and I might die if I don't stop it, I guess.
Roll with vitality.
Okay. Okay, that's better. That is a solid 7.
I think it manages to drink just enough of you to get a little bit of its sinew and muscle back, but it doesn't drain you. I'm going to leave you. Well, it gives you a condition drained, but it doesn't drain you to the point of death.
Yeah.
From our perspective, we see it manage to get its fangs, like not quite in your neck, like maybe like on your, like some other part of your body, like where there's not quite as much blood, like you're, maybe like near the joint of your arm and your breastbone or something. It's like down there, just like biting, like kind of like, just snapping almost like a dog. And it manages to like draw forth enough blood, pinning you in place for little bits of muscle fibers to start to fill back in over the skull. And you can see kind of milky white gelatinous fluid forming up into eyeballs in the burnt sockets. And it says, "Oh, I can see you now." But I want to know from your perspective, what is it like to have this thing feeding off you in this messy way?
I would think with all of the monstrous bullshit that does happen to them, this might as well be a Tuesday. I think the shock of like being leaped out was more horrifying than like the actual like bloodletting. So just kind of looking up at this malformed thing, kind of like as if it was just a minor social mistake. You're welcome should have been the first thing you would have said in a situation like this.
I think it scrambles back a little bit and it says, I apologize for my rudeness.
Better?
but Lord Grey has been very unaccommodating. He's been a terrible host.
There's
Look,
something.
look at
No.
this room I've been left in.
You talk like a schoolgirl. Oh, they left me in this dreadful room. Wherever shall I go? If you want accommodations, please be a bit more forward. More. I have time that needs to go elsewhere, and you are wasting it. So please be more direct in what you want, good sir.
This thing, still mostly a charred skeleton but with strands of sinew over some of the bones, crawls back underneath the bed. And it says, I need my beauty rest now. Thank you for your contribution.
I hope I can see you with the rest of your muscles and sinew and skin and such. I don't know if I'll be able to feed you, but if you change your mind and don't want to sleep under a bed, there is another room with furniture and accommodations and such.
I can't let people see me like this. And it reaches up from under the bed and pulls the blankets down so it like covers the gap between the mattress and the
Oh,
floor.
it's shy.
And goes back to sleep.
Fantastic.
And I think with that, I want to check in with all these various masks that everyone owes. I want to get a read on what everyone has to narrate at this point. Everybody owes the Mask of Revelry. That happened before you got here, Vyn, so I'll just tell you what it is so you can prepare for it. Basically, each hunter has to narrate a flashback to the last truly fun day they had. So be thinking on that. And then who owes individual masks at this point? Lord Grey's got one. Nox, do you have one? Yeah. Langfist, do you? No. Okay. I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to take a break, give you all a minute to think about these mask prompts. We'll come back, do the masks, and then go start to transition into dusk phase at that point. So maybe like a 5-minute break to think about masks, and we'll come back and do them.
Sounds good. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
I gotta have my sweaty hands, Doc.
What the fuck?
I love it here. I love the magic of role play.
It's so great. It's so good here.
I love that they hate me, actually.
God. The perfect little thing to hear as we come back. I gotta have my sweaty little gloves as I.
Nobody calls me chicken.
All right, Jason.
Is that me then?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, you know what? Why don't we dive into the Mask of Revelry? Let's celebrate a little bit. Everyone, please narrate a flashback to the last truly fun day you had. Whoever wants to start, please do.
Go ahead.
My dearest Flame, the past few weeks have been taxing, but with all this work, I did find some time to enjoy myself. There's a fighting ring in the docks where I've found to be quite sporting, many a fool willing to bet upon fighting flesh. Having removed drink and drug from my life, I have found a new vice in gambling. There's a thrill to assessing the skill of a person and determining how deadly they are. My most recent experience allowed me to jump into the ring myself. Hedging my bets, I did put a side pot for an opponent, a fiery French woman named Julienne. The sound of fists upon flesh, the dojo and sweat intermingling, the dirt and sweat intermingling in grapple, the crunch of bone, the taste of claret. I made a mess of her. An offering brought to the shrine of our love, a love that is ever shifting and changing. My Lord is there at the altar calling. Are you calling me as well? Or are your voices one and the same? Maybe I will never know. With love and promise, your Longfish.
We see the warped reflection of a face in a pocket watch. The face is certainly not Nox, and it is you can't tell, but it's somewhere between disgust and curiosity. As we step back, we see a young Dr. Aspectum crouched over a body. A number of other men in white coats off to the side. All of a sudden, we hear the sound of retching as one of them loses their lunch. Nicholas's face is knit with concentration as we can see him expertly and quickly essentially flaying a body, pulling back artery and organ and intestine, laying them out along a table and making quick work of pulling out all the major anatomical pieces of this body. More and more upset faces as he's going. Some of them enraged at the skill that's being displayed, but more of them dismayed at the callous temperament with which he just goes to absolute town on this corpse. He finishes and then looks at the man with the watch who announces the time that it took him, less than an hour, to entirely dismantle a corpse, a record in his medical school. Nicholas just looks at him and simply says, "When can we do this again?"
Okay, well, I guess. This day is actually fairly recent. There's no change in age when it comes to Tim, as we see them this complete opposite in white florals. It's a wonderful, like, glorious spring day. Cat. Uh, as we see them enjoying a wedding, they're on the bride's side, friend of a friend, but still very close, and to help like fill their row of missing family and just the elation of love and a union, bringing a genuine smile to their face and everyone else's.
And I think in contrast, you would think for Lord Grey, an unabashed hedonist, we would be flashing back to yesterday or last week or at the very least last summer, but this is many, many decades ago at the edge of a pond on a warm spring day. And there are three people there, all ones we recognize now: a middle aged woman in a plain, high collared dress, a young blonde woman dressed colorfully, and a child that looks like a photocopy of her, Bastion Gray. A picnic is set up under a tree nearby, but they've long abandoned it. Skirts and pants are hiked up, and shoes are discarded, and they've waded into the pond to catch frogs. The blonde woman is instructing Bastion and the governess on the best frog catching technique, and they're watching with rapt attention, failing terribly. And the blonde woman scoops up a frog in her hands, revealing it to Bastion to his childlike delight. And she says, "You need to be fast, but more importantly, you need to be gentle, and you need to let them go when they want to leave."
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm doing a bit of housekeeping real quick. And what was that last clue on the cursed that Periwinkle told you, Lord Grey, about
Big
Rick Miller?
tooth.
The big tooth.
Big
That's right.
tooth.
Can't
Yeah.
wait to use my signet on that.
Yeah.
Ooh, more teeth for your collection.
Somebody wants to note that down. That'd be great. Let me ask you, Knox. We almost got the timeline where you had to deal with Julius, but we did not. You managed to avert it. Pay your price, please. What do we get in flashback?
We see Knox's mother, younger than we've seen her so far, along with his father, still in good health, holding a small baby that is mewling and whining and fussing, a look of exhaustion over both of their faces. Mother, obviously, from not too recent labor, maybe a few weeks, but from many sleepless nights from that point. We see Charles come in and gently knock on the door. Say, "Sir, ma'am, I know it's been rough. I can take care of the child for a little while if you'd like, so that you can get some rest." And there's the faux polite, no, we'll be fine. Child should be with his parents. Before Charles insistently picks up the baby and holds it. And at first, the child doesn't stop. He says, there, young master. And he starts to pat on his back, this vague staccato tapping, as the child slowly and surely calms down, becomes quiet, and leans into and falls asleep on the shoulder of this large, strapping valet.
Lord Grey.
Gosh, Knox is going to make me teary before I have to narrate a very terrible thing. We see the masterwork where it stands now, in a dark room, half draped in velvet, but as of yet unguarded. and we follow the support beams down a single story into a lush upstairs room where Bastion is fitting someone with this lace blindfold that we've seen. It doesn't matter who they are, some simpering and devoted thing. They don't even look away from Bastion when another person enters the room. Bastion barely looks up. And it's Cecil, more disheveled than we've ever seen him. And Bastion just, "Ugh, what are you doing here? I thought you couldn't stand to be around me like this." And Cecil just, I couldn't stop thinking about you. How sweet. No, I couldn't stop. Literally, I can't eat, I can't sleep, I can't even paint. All I could think about was seeing you, so I didn't know what else to do. And Bastion pauses and shoos the other person away just a little bit. They end up sitting on the other side of the couch. "So does that mean you've changed your mind?" And Cecil thinks about sitting and then doesn't, so he just stands in front of him. "I don't know. I don't think so." "So you don't want to be here?" "No. Yes. No. No, I don't. I feel like I have to be here." "Well, there are plenty of people who do want to be here. So why don't you remove yourself?" It takes Cecil back. "What?" "Remove yourself from my presence. Permanently." And an odd look crosses Cecil's face. It's almost serene. He turns to leave, but instead of heading towards the door, he heads towards the window. He opens it, and he falls through 3 stories onto cold, hard ground. And on the portrait in the attic, blood pools at Bastion's feet from behind him, and we see where that skeleton was from before. But right now it has flesh on it, and it's Cecil.
Thank you, everyone. Lord Grey, you hear laughter as Portia Abernathy and her young lover enter the room with you. And they say, and she says, "Oh, Lord Grey, I didn't expect to see you in here. What are you doing standing here in the dark?"
"Well, admiring your setup. I thought you had to be in the dark for these photographs. I was, and he kind of looks at the mirror again, like double checking it. Like he's not composed well. He's like,
"Are you
really,
quite all right?"
"I'm perfectly fine. What do you two?" Well, I shouldn't have to ask. "Should I give
Would
you
you-
two privacy?"
Well, I was wondering if you'd care to join us.
"As much as I love the invitation, Portia, I have other business to attend to, but maybe next time."
All right, then. And she continues giggling and laughing with this young guy, and they fall onto a divan and leave you to it.
Yeah, he has to get out of this room right stat now immediately. It is freaking him out. He doesn't even leave with composure or dramatically. He is gone as soon as they are not looking at him or he thinks they're not looking at him.
Indeed. Fantastic. I think I would like for you to erase the suspicious condition and turn it into shaken instead.
Got it. That feels right. That feels real.
I do want to do just a quick check-in with every character, and then I want to start thinking about the dusk phase and possibly answering a question or two. We have enough clues piled up on some of these now. Langfist, do you want to just give us a little bit of like what the rest of your day looks like here as you've had the most interesting day, I think, in terms of character development? I don't know.
Yeah, if you've ever seen Ferris Bueller, It's Cameron when he's just gonna keep calling you. He's just gonna keep calling you. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. He's gonna keep calling you. You know what? Never mind. Never mind. And just sitting there and just being like, I don't need this. I don't need to take this. I'm a very capable gentleman. I don't need to tell anybody to tell me that I need to go dancing. Who does this woman think she is? Actually, you know what? You know what? I'll prove her wrong. I'll prove her I'm a fantastic dancer. That's the only way to show her right. I'll show right up there, and I'll show her exactly how easy it is. Anybody can dance tango, easy stuff.
Miss Redding, where do we see you after the encounter with what remains of this vampire?
I think they do give it its space, but now they're dressing that wound that's left. They're back to the reality. Oh wait, I am a mortal man of flesh and bone, and I need to treat this, or I might die. Maybe not die, but it might hurt really, really bad. So that's what they're doing. Some little infirmary work on themselves.
If only there was a doctor in the house.
If only there was a doctor. I don't want to bother. This is so pedantic. I don't want to bother Dr. Knox. Why do I do that?
Dr. Spectum, what are you doing?
I'm curious. What is Lord? Can we find out what Lord Bastion? Are you staying there for the day? What were you doing again?
Oh God, no! I have left instantly, and I have speed walked. I might have gotten a car or something to get back to the Hargrave house. This is he's like this. You know what? This is enough for the day. I've done enough.
I think as you're walking, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
Knox, as you're leaving the Society Obscura, you almost crash into Mrs. Brathwaite. She says, Lord Grey, are you... I don't think I've ever seen you so shaken. Are you quite all right?
I'm perfectly fine, Miss Brathwaite. I simply have places to be. What are you doing? Are you going into the Society Obscura?
Well, I do own the building, Lord Grey.
Oh, fascinating.
I'm very interested in the work they do here, and I've heard that they have stumbled onto some rather unusual discoveries as of late.
Oh, really? Is that
Yes.
so?
Is this something of interest to Hargrave House? Is that why you're here?
Don't worry about that. You really think I work that much for Hargrave House? Come on.
I thought this was going to be just a check-in, but I can see now there's something waiting for me in here. Something of great interest. I can't wait to find out.
Well, do keep me updated then, Miss Brathwaite.
Good day to you, Lord Grey. And she turns and with a little bit more urgency in her step makes her way to the entrance of the Society Obscura.
And he just does the Sharpay thing, but just and has to.
So Knox, now what did you have in mind for the scene?
I think we see Knox in just in the kitchen, and it's very evident. He's taking out the coffee service. He started making coffee for himself, and he's put out another cup as if he is expecting someone. And you see him just kind of staring at it absently. He has gone through this action, and he is now all of a sudden unsure as to who he was waiting to have drink this other cup of coffee.
Oh my God.
And it's very obvious in his mind that he's reviewing the information of the day. Tim's return. He's not quite beautiful minding it, but he is turning items over in his head, and we can hear the gentle kind of conversation that he's having with himself as he does so, and is taking out, just kind of sketching through a number of ideas. But there's another cup of coffee just sitting there getting cold as he does so.
Oh my God. Yeah, I think what you hear him come in, because you always hear this man come in. He does not open doors gently, ever. He does not close them gently. This is not how he moves through the world. Everyone needs to know he's there. But this time it's not on purpose. It's just because he's so shaken and frazzled, and he shuts the door and he just starts walking through the house, almost starts to go to his bedroom, remembers the absolute fuckery up there, turns back around and is like, I need a drink, and like goes to the kitchen, and he almost like runs into you. Oh, Knox, hello, sorry about all of that.
Lord Bastion, your friends are impertinent, odd.
Elaborate.
This this Miss Brathwaite, this the gentleman next door, the admiral, the captain.
Do you think he's my associate?
Are they not?
No. Good God.
I mean,
he's
my
odd.
family certainly has money, but not. I just had a bearing. It seemed odd, but I mean, you certainly. Do you know this Miss Brathwaite?
No is a strong word, but I do know of her.
Are you? And he indicates the absolutely ice cold cup of coffee.
Were you expecting her, or is this for
I don't
me?
know who it was for, but
Huh.
if you'd like it, you're certainly welcome to it. And
Why not? Why not? Sure, sure.
are you all right?
I'm perfectly fine. Today's just been interesting. I'm sure yours has been much more interesting than mine, though.
No, not particularly. I spent the day in the library.
God damn.
The are this woman, she is seeking some form of control over me, and I don't like it. And if you are able to exert any form of influence, I am fine refusing her advances and her offers, but I would much prefer that they just stop. If you have any influence you can curry with her, I'd ask you to do so. I don't like to ask favors of you. I feel like you're busy enough as it is, but if it comes up, if it's simple.
I don't offer favors often, Knox, but I would do this for you. I'm not sure she would listen to anybody.
She doesn't
What-
seem to.
What kind of offers is she making you?
The classics: power, resources, money, tools, research facilities, but in her concern and her control.
He takes a drink of the coffee. It's so fucking cold, and he just puts it down. And tries to like fucking not. He tries to like power through it.
It is not a brew best served cold. An East African, an Ethiopian, Uganda, all would be far superior at this temperature. Unfortunately, the West Java is all I had available.
Oh, I'm sure all of your coffee is lovely. I'm more concerned with what Mrs. Brathwaite has in store for you.
Yes, she asked me
Why
to come.
is she offering you this?
She asked me to come visit. She's asked, I think, fairly insistently at this point as he reaches up and puts a hand around his neck. I don't intend to go, I don't think, but the invitation was there. Again, no interest on my part.
If you do go, let me know beforehand. I think I'd like to join you.
Was this an attempt to trigger the vulnerable move?
You know, it probably should have been. It's probably a good idea.
Yeah, considering I think we
where
both
we're
have a lot of
at
conditions.
right now.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I mean, probably at this point, Nox, you can probably clear the third drip. Just
Third
because
drip is
the
probably
lurker
the one,
gets-
and more so that it's just narratively. Yeah, we've kind of.
It's just we've just had some
Yeah.
distance from it. at this point.
My neck has now been harmed in other ways, and I'm ready to
Precisely.
Oh
Yeah.
God,
onto something
poor
else.
man.
Precisely. You can clear that. And Lord Grey, you can maybe make a case for the Sapphire if reaching common cause against Mrs. Brathwaite with Knox is making you feel better about that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think because the Sapphire is kind of like being enamored with her, and I think
or under her
maybe-
thumb, right?
or under her thumb, and I
Yeah.
think realizing that A, he's not special in that regard, and B, she's not she's maybe got some devious plans. I think that might work.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
Also,
And
hold on, something has happened. Hold on, video is gone all of a sudden.
Oh no.
oh, no.
Someone said the night phase got real dark.
Knife face got real dark. We're back. Yeah. Also, it was interestingly, I was just like, I don't think Lord Grey and Knox have ever been in a scene together in all 8
No, I don't
sessions.
think we have.
Wow, really? Well, here we go.
Like any
always
kind
so
of scene
busy.
at all. So,
Oh my God.
You both. Well, do you want to invite Lord Grey to ask you a question about the past, Knox, or do you want to stumble on a clue?
let's stumble on a clue, I think.
Interesting. Be thinking of what the clue is. And I think at this point, I want to start looking at Dusk Phase and sort of transitioning over, kind of figuring out what this night phase is going to look like.
We got some questions.
From chat or from just...
No. I just meant we have some questions we need to answer.
Oh, capital Q questions. Yes. For some reason, the phase tracker is not telling me the steps, and even though I wrote this game, I do not remember the steps of the Dusk Phase. So I know we fire off moves. Do you want to use any of your moves, Knox?
I do. I'm going to use, because the last time I didn't use night work, Jason tried to kill my character at the edge of the rules. I'm going to use night work tonight.
It's always within the rules, I will have you know. Night work. Okay, this is the first time we get to see night work. This is exciting. We should read this for people who are following along.
Yeah.
So I'll read it real quick. Let me find it here. When not engaged in the hunt with your colleagues at Hargrave House, you spend your nights doing house calls, helping Scotland Yard examine corpses dragged from the river, and, of course, working on the child. During the dusk phase, you can say that you are going to do night work, in which case you take no action during the night phase. Instead, as a player, you are solely responsible for each prompt on the unseen. Then you choose 3 from the list below during the dawn phase that follows, and there's various benefits and advantages that you get. So you become the little keeper, essentially, and while the others do the night phase. And so that's exciting to me. Are there any other moves that fire off in this phase?
The Resurrectionist also fire off at this phase.
Very good. Let's yeah, so you get a couple of options there as well. Let's keep going here and talk about Hargrave House itself. I think this desk phase is going to take place in... Let's go with the map room. The map room is littered with maps of the city, maps of England, maps of the world, and some of these maps are highly unusual. Each of you, please name and describe a really strange map.
I think there is straight up a map of Atlantis. It is somewhere in the Mediterranean, vaguely, if you kind of check the edges of the continents and islands around it, but it is 100% a map of Atlantis as it has been imagined throughout history. But it looks like people have been there. It looks like there's like paths marked, little X's, and it's very, very old.
There is a map of a place. It seems like it's like the map itself seems like a normal size map, but when you look at it, it seems like there are a bunch of small towns or areas all in close proximity with each other. And then when you look at the legend, you realize that the distance between places is not the same as how a normal standard map is. And at the very top, in filigreed calligraphy and everything, you see Lilliput.
There's a map of 2 bodies with a set of extensive interlinking. You gotta love it. I saw this of 2 bodies called the, and it just says the map of us, and it's very clear that there's a mixture on the actual bodies of different erogenous regions that 2 people have plotted out in their exploration of each other, while the linkages between them belie more of a deeper emotional tone about the evolution, the rise, the fall in love, the eventual falling out of love and heartbreak of a relationship mapped between the 2 of them in long strands of writing.
I think since mine was in the same vein, I'm going to give it anyway. More of a supplement to one of them called The Map of My Heart. And it's all like the vowels and veins and such, like lined with sweet nothings and like compliments that one must have said to the other that really impacted them.
I love you just fold it out and it's the
I love it. I love it. It's fantastic. Do we want to try to answer a question here, folks?
at least one.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at what we have available. Which one are we looking at here? I mean, you could probably make a good go at whether the creature of Criminal Gardens is real or hoax. And you could almost certainly answer whether Rick Miller's transformation is permanent or reversible, or both. What do we think?
I'd love to try both.
Both.
Let's start with Cromorn Gardens. Who wants to make a case for one or the other?
Wes, I feel like you've done the legwork on this. Do you want to take a crack at a...
I'm going to review the clues, too, for people watching, just because they don't have the same info in front of them. The clues, the 6 clues that you have for this are: Madame Tussauds' Horrors of the Deep exhibit is opening soon. There's a sketch of 3 people holding hands in a circle in the Thames. A pearl the size of a knuckle bone. And someone capitalized knuckle in the clue, which makes me think it's like Knuckles is of Sonic and Knuckles fame.
It's our crossover episode.
It's across, yeah. An image of a person drowning in the ocean. That was somebody had like a psychic hallucination thing. A girl singing a very strange song. That's something that Langfist saw. And then Scrimshaw carved like a creature rising out of the, or carved showing a creature rising out of the ocean. Who has a go here?
Yeah, I think it's very clearly a real creature.
Okay.
I think that with like what we're seeing here with like Madame Tussauds' Horrors of the Deep exhibit opening soon, we could potentially be seeing that maybe something got out from that exhibit. Maybe something that they thought was dead.
Well, it's a waxwork though, so like Madame Tussauds is a waxwork thing.
Yeah,
although they could have other types of exhibits.
That's the thing. This is a waxworks, but maybe they got into something a little bit more than waxwork this time.
Oh,
You got to build the wax model off something, Jason.
Yeah,
Maybe they have it had it in a tank or something, like as like a.
That's interesting. Oh, so you think maybe there's a possibility Madame Tussauds had like the real deal, the real article?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think what we've seen is it's somebody probably awoke it. Somebody probably either awoke it or they took it and they brought it back to life or something of that nature.
Let's work on the other clues. I'm not convinced of that yet. What else you got?
Well, like the Scrimshaw carving with a creature rising out of the ocean.
That indicates something real. I agree.
Yeah, indicates something real. A pearl the size of a knuckle bone. I don't know about you, but pearls typically don't get that large anymore around this time, I guess. Or what kind of knuckle bone would you say? Would it be like a whale knuckle bone?
It would be anomalous for a creature.
It would be pretty. Yeah, that would be really unusual. And so you're arguing that like that's evidence that there's something like like this is something that a creature like a sea creature might have access to.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Like to suggest that, like, not just the sea creature, but there's like other things from the deep, or like that are larger in size, like or different, something different. You know, that like strange,
Okay.
more dire in size, mayhaps. So with the scrimshaw, the pearl, the size of a knucklebone, and then I guess.
I mean, I think girl singing a strange song is easily like, I mean, like thinking a lot even in character perspective. Mine is like, what are the natural phenomenon that you would encounter around a creature, right? And a mating call or a luring
like a siren
song. Or, yeah, or some sort of hunting, whatever. I think strange song is easy to work into this is a song heard by a creature from the deep.
Did we see the girl herself singing it, or did we just hear it? Is a big
I
thing.
can't recall, to be honest. You might have just heard it, in which case it could have been the creature singing.
Very clearly take that and be like, yeah, it's a siren type song.
Right. Siren type creature, yeah. Okay, so I don't want to abandon this Madame Tussauds clue. Add some extra context to that clue. What might be happening at Madame Tussauds that indicates that this is not a stunt. This is Madame Tussauds trying to cover up something that they did, or that something escaped. Like what other extra details?
Maybe it's not that it escaped, or Madame Tussauds themselves are trying to cover it up. Maybe it's coming there. Like maybe that this exhibit feels familiar to this creature. So
I've got a.
That's an interesting angle.
So it's taken this as a hunting ground.
It's seeking something. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I've got maybe even a little combined pitch for that. Where did we see the image of the person drowning in the ocean? Where did that come from?
Yeah.
Someone imagined that, or that was like a flash in their
like a vision. I think that was Rick.
I think it was Rick.
Either that or I do love either it's looking for something, or even it's angry about it's angry about a false representation or whatever at Madame Tussauds.
I mean, we don't have to get to motives yet. We just have to get to clues that might indicate that the thing is real, that this is not a hoax. We have to basically just disprove the hoax theory, essentially. Right. And so the scrimshaw, the pearl, and the strange song certainly seem to indicate something real. And then Langfisk is putting forth the idea that rather than this being a stunt of Madame Tussauds, the creature's it's confused. I think Madame Tussauds' waxworks are really convincing, and maybe it is it's drawn to it or something, or something about it's gotten its attention, right? I think that's really intriguing. Yeah. Interesting. It's 4. It's a flat roll, and that's not terrible on a threshold question because it's either just right or wrong, right?
Yeah.
So
I think that's where I'd want to keep it, because those other two they don't feel like as much as identifying clues, but it's more of
next stage.
They just feel like a different category of clue.
Yeah,
to speak to something else. Yeah. Anything to add, Vyn, or you feeling good about this?
I mean, I think it's pretty solid.
Let's get some dice on the table, Langfisk.
Okay, let's do it. $12.
Fantastic. You are absolutely correct. Congratulations. And now that you are correct, you have unlocked the opportunity, which is, or basically just unlocks the next question. And the next question, pull it up here. If it's real, quite simply, what does the creature want? It's complexity 4. The opportunity is to resolve the threat by luring the creature to you, then destroying it or convincing it to go back wherever it came from, your choice. that's a complexity 4. So pretty straightforward. Just what is it doing here? What does it want? Nice. Good. What about the cursed? What about poor old Rick Miller?
Yes.
Is Rick Miller forever a werewolf, or is there some chance of saving Rick Miller here?
I mean, I think, you know what? I think, Vyn, what do you think?
Let's go through the clues. Sorry, let's go through the clues.
clues.
The blood sample from Patrick's wounds recoil from certain metals. That's great. There was a ghost in that judge's house, and the ghost was communicating with Rick Miller, which was really interesting. An unusual number of scratches and bites from cats on an eviscerated body. There was dark, shaggy hair found inside the torso and the wounds of a body of someone that Rick killed. Claw marks on a tree that gets smaller, or on trees that get smaller and smaller, like presumably as Rick moves along. The creature wanted to be seen by Elvina Tompkins. It was trying to be seen. And then Periwinkle thinks that Rick Miller is trying to protect him. He thinks that Rick Miller is patrolling around his flat, and indeed left a tooth on his doorstep. A great big tooth. And so what do we think? Permanent or reversible?
Vyn, do you have a
I mean,
a thought? Yeah.
I wanted to be tragic and say permanent, but like the clues lean reversible.
The clues
In my
lean
opinion.
reversible, don't
These
they?
feel very
Yeah.
reversible
Yeah.
to me. Yeah.
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 I feel like the discussions we've had, I feel like what Langfisk has said about the various things, I think the conversations lean reversible. And I think it's still a bit tragic, honestly. The whole thing is a bit tragic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
it is
if
still.
it is-
Yeah, it's still tragic. I mean,
It's
it
still
it's
tragic.
it. I think it ends somewhat tragically, no matter what. But
Ooh, oh no.
maybe. Well, I don't recall. I have to go look at the sheet. But let's work through the clues, though. What do we think? I mean, what's the most obvious? What are the most obvious clues here that indicate that it's reversible?
Claw marks on the trees getting smaller.
That's the
and
biggest one.
smaller.
It's
Yeah.
got to be right. Yeah. What else do we got?
I mean, I think
The beast wants to be seen.
the beast
Oh,
wants
go
to be
ahead.
seen shows, human.
Instincts
Yeah.
and
Please find me.
desires.
Please
Yeah.
hunt me.
I-
Please
Yeah.
track me down.
I even think the ghost could communicate with Rick Miller. You could make an argument for like there's still there's not just a beast there. There's a soul or a presence that is
Mhm, a thinking
cognizant and
brain.
aware.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about the relationship with Periwinkle?
Oh, I think that one's like the biggest tell. I mean, I didn't know if we could use it because it's just a big tooth, but I think if we could use that, essentially that whole conversation.
I think it's
is
the
a clue.
context,
Yeah,
right? that's
it,
important.
it was
Yeah,
left
yeah.
for Periwinkle shows like either
Yeah.
apology or guilt or a desire just to connect.
Or just at a basic level that it can he can become a man again, and
Lost
there's
the
like
tooth.
there's teeth left over.
Right.
Yeah,
Like
from the
spitting out
transformation.
teeth.
Yeah.
Like, because I feel like, I feel like when you mentioned the transformation at the very beginning of like that whole thing, then I think that he was like spitting blood.
Yeah.
Like, and that feels very correct.
Yeah.
The
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say this is the unusual number of scratches and bites from cats on the eviscerated body.
Really is interesting.
Is
That's a hard clue.
it is a hard clue. But there was a there were a couple things in that one. I'm trying to think back through both that and the dark shaggy hair inside. I mean, I think the shaggy hair inside could easily be like, hey, we see almost a molting or a shedding of hair also too, similar to the teeth. But
Trying to put the hair back
yeah.
inside.
the unusual number of scratches and bites from cats on the eviscerated body to me actually would be like, and I think it depends on how you want to take this, but like it almost feels like this body was used to care for other things, like so that there's compassion.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
Oh,
feeding the
Dead
kitty.
pieces
Yeah, feeding the
to
cats
these
with the body. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
like it is essentially like it is a little animalistic, but it's also like compassionate
It's
and care
nice.
for something.
Yeah, there's still something inside that big hulking feral shell. Okay, that's a good it's a good use of that clue. I'm into it. That's a pretty good number of clues. That's a plus
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. It's good. Do we let Vyn make this roll? I don't know.
I was gonna ask.
I don't think we should.
I was gonna say
Actually,
Vyn
Does
should.
Vyn have to roll
Given
with
my
Hidden
track
Moon,
record,
is
the
the
dice
other
don't like
question.
Rick.
Double disadvantage on this clue roll.
Oh God.
I could make it. That's
Yeah.
Oh man, if you roll a d20, it's way easier.
God.
That is a 9.
A 9. You're correct. It is reversible. Congratulations. And you unlock the next question, which says, if it's reversible, what is the creature's weakness? Complexity 4. Opportunity, resolve the threat by performing a ritual or other procedure to reverse the transformation for good when the creature returns to Hargrave House, because we know it will return to Hargrave House. And so, yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, there's a little, yeah, that's good. All right, so there's a chance to save Rick Miller here. Rick doesn't get to come back and play, but he has to go back to the United States. But that's okay. You can at least give him a somewhat happy ending. I like that he's taking care of the cats. That's a really cute detail. And I think that actually makes sense. It almost feels like a Periwinkle analog in a way too, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Well, we know what you're doing for the night phase, Nox. Langfisk, are you going to go meet Albertina Welk for dancing?
Yes.
Lord Grey, what are you up to tonight?
I want to get that goddamn vampire out of my room. I'm so mad at it. This is it consumes him.
I love it. Septimus, what's your plan?
I want to help with the vampire relocation.
Very good. All right. I love it.
I love that your relocation is really kind and generous.
Fantastic. I think our unseen for tonight is going to be a show at Tavistock Hall that is on line 31, second from the right. I will try to highlight that. Maybe. There we go. Tavistock Hall was one of the earliest custom-built music halls in London. While the business started as a pub with a sideline and entertainers, they commissioned a space specifically for performances. The clientele sit at tables cabaret style and can drink and eat while watching a variety show. It is an affordable luxury for London's working class, and the crowd at Tavistock's is already lively as the show begins. Every single prompt begins or belongs to Tony tonight. That doesn't mean you all can't do echoes in the night. You absolutely can. You just have to do your echoes from the hunter's vantage point. You have to respond to things that Tony is doing. What is our time like right now, Tony? Do we have time to take a break so you can read through these and then come back and do a night phase?
I mean, absolutely. We can. I mean, we've got. I mean, if we want to keep it at strictly 3 hours, we've got. But I'm fine taking a break. I'm also fine if we want to hop in either way. So, anytime we take a break for me to read scenes, for us to look at scenes, I always forget to, and then just come back and do them.
We have our unseen. Why don't we take a little break so that Tony can look over
theoretically read these prompts? And so I will ask publicly just for clarification. For paint the scene, is that still everybody, or do I just paint?
It's still no, that's you. It's just you.
I'm just painting the scene. All right, cool.
You're painting the scene. You're the sole artiste.
We'll be back in just a few minutes to keep on playing The Between. And we're back for the night phase.
Tavistock Hall, take it away.
As the audience makes their way to their seats and the orchestra begins to play, moving between jaunty tunes, more somber numbers, we see different members of the audience. Two who start to walk past each other and then make eye contact, blush, and almost come together for a dance before getting pulled away by their friends in opposite directions. We see a young man who has brought a very obvious and intentional amount of money, enough for the door and enough to buy a few rounds of drinks for the night for himself as he enjoys the show. Someone who's brought a small folding sign that on the inside of it we can see the term "Give me the clap," spelled KLAPP, and a number of other people who are looking at the stage wrapped with anticipation as the lights go dark.
Langfist, Cremorne Gardens at night is a really different place. It is, well, it's nighttime, but it's very brightly lit by these green glass gas lights all over the place. And so everything has this sort of like Coke bottle green hue to it, which is a little unusual, I suppose. These fixtures are held aloft by bronze, sort of like light fixtures that are shaped like goddesses, like Aphrodite and Athena and things like that, right? So many people at Cremorne Gardens, and the dancing platform in particular is just packed with hundreds of people. And you can hear the band playing, and you can hear the stomping of various, as the dancing gets a little raucous. Somebody just walks by, will hand you a drink. It's a happening. How are you dressed? What are you doing?
So unlike me, Langfisk is actually wearing very nice clothing. It has on a fitted like tuxedo with cummerbund, but there is no tie. There is no bow tie or cravat or anything. It's just open, and instead of the green billycock, there is a black one that he is wearing, and it's got a red. It's got like a red like cockatoo, a red and then a white cockatoo feather, and then it has a baby alligator paw on it as well. Has shaven the face. And you can tell that there are some razor nicks underneath on the neck, but still has the curled mustache, and is not wearing fancy shoes, but is wearing black boots with this tuxedo just in case things get a little bit nifty. Has stashed a go bag just in case. Just in case things. It's just like just that person that you're like, no, I don't stand with my back towards the door. I don't, I always keep my head on a swivel, things of a different nature, and is just standing outside of the dancing pagoda and just anxiously watching, looking for any, is looking out for this woman, but is also it is looking out for this woman, but it looks like he's looking for a criminal or something. It's like very obvious, just like, who's up to no good? What is anybody screwing? That kind of nature. Just looks like a fish out of water. Has a knife, his knife in his hand, the bone-handled knife, and is just dropping it and having it land in a piece of wood, and is kicking it up and catching it, and then dropping it again, and then just doing that over and over again, just practicing that movement.
Linbo High and a couple of his fellas, they kind of run up behind you and throw their arms around you, and Limbo High says, "You clean up good, boss."
Don't you have some debts you're supposed to be collecting, huh?
And he's just laughing. You can already smell the booze coming off of him, and they kind of stumble off. And
Drink something not gin, so they can't smell it on you, mate.
And Albertina leans over the railing looking down at you, and she says, "Ha, you made it."
I said I'd be here, didn't I?
And she beckons you up to the dancing pagoda.
Gonna sheath the knife and then tuck the back of the shirt back in because it's probably gotten a little unadjusted, and just sigh and just start shimmying up, just climbing, taking no care of like creases in the tuxedo or anything. Just gonna climb up on the railing and just hop over.
Lord Grey, Tim, the scene is yours. Where do we find you on this night in Hargrave House?
I actually, now that Tim's back and we know that you do spooky things, right? Okay, because I think he would have approached you. Like at first he's like, I'm just going to go in there. I'm going to kick his ass, and then remembers exactly how that went last time. It's like, I'm going to go get help. It's like Langfisk. He's like, wait, I already told him he could leave. Shit. And goes and finds
I
Tim.
would like to use my person Friday.
Do not, don't you dare do that to yourself. You dance with that woman. And I go find Tim wherever they hang out.
I think just to close an action, they're putting the books away from the study. The ones that like him and Knox had kind of pulled out for each other and was like taking them back and like making notes and stuff.
Oh my god. I love this nerd. Doesn't knock, as per usual, just sort of like waltzes in. And Tim, you're back. Thank God. I need someone who has half of a brain and he's actually here. Are you busy?
Oh no, I'm just putting things away. I did hear you call for Mr. Langfisk. He's not here, I don't think.
Oh no, he's off. I don't remember what he's doing. Some, I don't know, garden thing. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. I need your help. I think your expertise here would be very useful.
Okay, well, when you say that, do you mean in a ritualistic sense? Do you mean in another sense, or
Listen, I think that you're very fine, but I'm very busy right now, and you will be too, because I have a problem upstairs in the bedroom. And I know what this sounds like. I'm very aware.
No, are you talking about the little shy little husk up under your bed? What happened to your room, actually?
You met it.
Yes, we had a conversation, taught it some manners, and now it's getting its beauty sleep when I invited it into my room not too long ago.
Do not... That little cretin doesn't need to be invited anywhere. He snuck into my room and I suppose was going to try to eat me. I don't know. I stabbed him and it went really poorly. Langfisk did his best and it just sort of all... It just fell apart. And he's still in there. I thought he'd be dead, but he's not. He's just up there.
Yes.
You talked to him.
Yes, is capable of thought. With
I know.
Brains.
Unfortunately. It's a disgusting thing. He's... Ugh. I would like you to help me get rid of him.
Sure, let's go.
Thought it'd take more convincing. All right. And just sort of dusts himself off and scurries up. And on the way, he's like, do you know how to do that? I kind of just assumed you did.
Do what?
Get rid of a vampire or whatever he is now.
Yeah, it's of course, vampire died. Okay.
Well, I don't know what he is. They're not usually that wet, so I'm not sure.
And for you, maybe.
Oh.
Just
and with that,
that was really loud.
With that, let's go back to Tavistock Hall. Tony.
As Parson Clapp, a larger-than-life caricature of a rural clergyman, takes the stage. He's got a open collar, black, well-worn boots. His clergy collar kind of pulled softly off to the side. Uh, begins with a solemn welcome as he extends out his Bible, and all of a sudden, uh, scandalous drawings of young men and women in various states of disrobement slip from between the pages all over the stage. He says, ignore that, ignore that, ignore that. Starts going through a routine, a sermon, calling out the ills of the day and calling out different of the audience before coming to his main and best known bit, the royal seal of confession, where he hears the many sins of various members of royalty coming through and admitting all of their wrongdoings to him from the other side of confession. As he finishes his set, he encourages everyone to stand up, clasp their arms around one another, and leads them in a final hymn taken from the Song of Solomon. I climb your tree, fall to my knees to taste your fruit, to taste your fruit.
Langfisk, are you doing the dancing? Please make the night move. What are you afraid is going to go wrong if you do the dancing poorly?
I'm going to look like a fucking fool. I'm going to look like an asshole.
I'm not sure how it's worse than that, except to say you also injure yourself. Please roll with vitality if you wish to continue.
Now I can't think of a way to fit a taxidermied gator in there, so okay, we'll just roll vitality. $13. That's a 6 and a 4 plus 3.
Very nice, very nice. Please describe your triumphant turn on the dance floor.
I think there's just this moment of like him hopping up and being like, all right, one moment, and then takes a drink from a flask and is just standing there and tapping feet along with. And she's just standing there and she goes, well, and he goes, I don't like this song. And she's like, you don't like this song? He's like, don't like this song, can't dance to this song, I don't like it. Why would I dance to a song I don't like? Okay. Waits a couple of minutes. The song ends. He smoked a couple of cigarettes in between. She looks bored. And then another song starts playing, and it's got a little bit more of a jaunt to it. And he starts nodding his head and tapping his foot. All right, let's do this. And then tosses the cigarette down, stamps it out, and then grabs her hand. And then walks out into the middle of the floor, looks at her, and he goes, you're going to want to hold on tight. And then immediately, as people are dancing and twirling, grabs her and with like one hand around her waist, scoops her up so that her feet are barely touching the floor so that she's floating. And he grabs her other hand and then just starts doing a spinning and twirling and then sometimes letting her down and then like twirling around, picking her up, swapping partners, hands over backs and everything, to the point where it's like just gets lost in the music. And it's just like, it's that moment from Titanic where they're down in like the third class deck and like, or the third class lounge, and they're spending time and they're drinking beer and everything and carousing. And you can see like the cummerbund has come off. There's a little bit more buttons unbuttoned with the point. There's drinks flying. There's a kick line with Limbo High and his fellas and everything. And it culminates and builds until like finally we just see he's a sweaty mess just sitting at the edge of this dancing pagoda. The jacket is off, sleeves are rolled up, and is just basking in the night air.
Since you got a 12 plus, I'll give you your bonus. Your bonus is a warning. As you finish your triumphant dance, Albertina impressed, and she's quite the dancer, and the crowd clapping, people start to be a little amused by the fact that the dancing platform has been taken over by dozens and dozens of stray cats. They are roaming around in between people's feet. Some people are reacting with revulsion, others are trying to shoo them away, others are trying to befriend them. And you can now see there are cats all over around on the yard, on the grass. Lord Grey and Redding, what is the plan here? Are we doing Rites of Salt and Smoke?
I think like as we're walking up, Lord Grey is like, so what do we just say some psalms, or like do you throw water at it? What is it? I don't do this.
Don't worry, I'll take care of this. It's fine.
Are you sure? By yourself?
Unless you want to assist me, I wouldn't want to impose on the immaculate Old Grey.
You flatter me, darling.
Thank
I
you,
want to make
Sylvia.
sure this thing is I want to make sure this thing is gone. So, I want to observe at least, if that's all right.
I apologize for whatever you might see.
I've seen worse, I assure you.
Oh, of course you have. Just kind of shakes their head and teetles on in.
What's your approach here, Tim?
Well, since my rites of salt and smoke involve the perversion of Christian rituals, they just kind of waltz around the room, not like an actual waltz, but just looking and gleaming for what's left, and finds something sharp, hopefully like just a regular knife or one of Lane Fisk's hidden daggers.
May I make a note, actually? I think I know exactly what knife you find. It's Judith's knife. The Judith's knife that I stabbed this dude with and left it in the room.
I think that is so perfect because they just seat themselves in front of like that little nook and cranny uh, of the bed, starts to unbutton area to expose a bit of skin, and just takes this very slow slice and just pronounces carefully, while they were eating, Jesus took bread, gave thanks and broke it, and gave it to his disciples. And like as the blood is kind of opening, like even peels back, I was like undressing his own body, and continuing saying, take and eat, this is my body.
I love it. The spirits have received their offering. Please roll with sensitivity at disadvantage because of drained.
Yeah, I'm just being a blood floozy, huh? Let me get an extra die. Not the Hello Kitty die. Not disadvantage. All right, luckily, that's a 10.
Nice. The magic works without further cost. You get to choose an effect from the effect list, but we'll get to the mechanical effect in a moment. I just want to know from Lord Grey's perspective, Lord Grey, what do you see that shows you Redding's magic is working?
I think you can actually like almost taste it in the air. The blood smells much stronger. Like he should not be able to taste it in his mouth the way he does. he's kind of enraptured by this whole thing. Tim said it was going to be nasty, and he's like, I didn't realize what kind that would be. And I think he knows the magic is working when the blood doesn't flow down, but out.
Tony, take us back to Tavistock Hall, please. You are muted, Tony. We cannot hear you.
If we see green lights with a jungle motif flash on in the hall, we hear exotic music go on in the background as two stately forms step onto the stage. We see Athena and Aphrodite, the Aldwych Amazons, a pair of sisters who devoted themselves to athletic and bodybuilding, step onto the stage. We see them start to lift up huge stacks of books and move them around. While Aphrodite stops for a second in front of a long mirror, and all of a sudden we hear a knock on a door as a thin, awkward man steps outside, and we hear them talk to each other as Aphrodite says, "Athena, could you help me get rid of him?" "What? I thought you were in love with him." "Well, everything was fine for a while until I stabbed him. Poorly. Well, I mean, he seems fine, but kind of sweaty. Are you sure you don't want to give it one more go?" And they go back and forth like this for a while until they take this young man, lift them up above their heads, and begin to toss him back and forth across the room until they look like he's about to go out into the audience. And as they toss him up, he grabs onto a trapeze and swings over their head of the audience out of sight as the lights go dark once more.
Langfisk, if you have a funny feeling about these now hundreds of cats that are flooding Cremorne Gardens, you are correct to have such a funny feeling. What do you do?
I'm going to look at Albertina, and I'm going to put a hand on her shoulder, and I'm going to say, "You need to leave now."
She says, I think she sees the seriousness in your face, and she just nods. And she says, before she runs away, though, she says, "Will I see you again?"
"You will. Come calling at Hargrave House. It's in Belgrave Square. Do
She
be discreet.
takes-
Use the servant entrance, please."
She takes a little bird from her hat, a little cardinal, and she affixes it to your hat and then runs off.
Fuck. And then I'm going to go grab my go bag, which is a good time to describe what I think, and you may veto this, as my custom move that I took with my last advancement.
Very interesting. What is it?
It is called Bush Ranger.
What's
Your
it do?
rough and tumble lifestyle in the Australian outback has provided you with a unique set of skills and tools that would bewilder any common Londoner. Add 1 to your vitality.
Okay.
Also have access to a series of tools common to the Australian outback. Add them to your personal quarters. These are not like, they get marked just like normal personal items. But a hand-carved boomerang, a Aboriginal water bag, a Woomera with spears, and bush herbal medicine.
We'll end your scene with Linbo High running at you, screaming, covered in blood, holding the head of one of his fellows. And then you see the shadow of Rick Miller enacting a plan to protect Periwinkle from Lord Grey by going through you first. Redding, please, what is the effect that you're going to get with for your sacrifice today.
Golly gee willikers, I was just so enraptured just now. I guess, would they be considered a curse?
I would say so. Yes, I think it
They're
counts.
cursed to gray.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So banish spirit of curse from the person, object, or place it inhabits.
Oh, fantastic. Well, the scene is yours. Describe it. How do you get Julius out of here?
I think as the blood takes on this kind of like river of own veins and traveling about, it just peels the bedding back like a curtain, and just becomes a little bit more impatient earlier. Where's your spirit now? It is the night. Isn't that where you thrive?
And how is the magic affecting it? Like, is he possessed of his limited faculties right now, or what's going on?
I feel like they're just trying to like get the mouse to the trap at this point. Not necessarily affected, but
Oh.
like as soon as they're in, or Venus fly trapped, encased.
I think Julius, he has a lot more musculature on the bone now, and he's crawling toward you, and he's looking at the blood that's like, kind of like spreading out, and he's looking at it in awe with his brand new eyes that are just kind of rolling around in the burnt sockets. And he says, my, you are a person of immense talent. You mortals are infrequently so impressive.
Well, I do my best for people I deem important.
What happens then?
Just slowly they're reaching out their hand, like in offering.
He reaches up to take it. Lord Grey, what are you thinking right now? What are you doing?
I'm watching from afar, leaned against the wall near the door, not blocking it, just in case. But I think there's this fascination that this feral little thing is listening to Tim, someone that Bastion does not think is like super intimidating or commanding. But like they're just like handling the situation so well. It's like it's kind of enrapturing to watch.
Indeed. Let's make our final stop at Tavistock Hall.
All of a sudden, we see a hypnotic swirl on the stage curtain. As they pull back, we see a single individual step into the spotlight. Sartini the Superlative is an illusionist whose performances inspire wonder and awe in his audiences. As he all of a sudden begins talking, we see him snap his finger, hold out his hand, and a severed head appears in it. His voice leaping seamlessly from his mouth into the mouth of the head. He talks about his journeys across the globe, from the frontiers of America to vague Orientalist statements that I won't repeat on stream, as he lays out where he has grown his power and how he has come to master these skills. He asks for a volunteer from the audience, a young, timid, simple but breathtakingly beautiful woman timidly raises her hand. He holds his hand out to hers and pulls her, almost as if by magic, onto the stage. He stomps down on the ground and smoke appears. Her body floats sideways. She appears to be in a trance. Interestingly, for anyone paying attention, you can see that Sartini's act has all the trappings of being a simple stage magician's act. You can vaguely see lines, but sometimes you can vaguely see wires holding the head up. But if you pay close attention, you can tell that there are plenty of times where the wires are slack. His bag of tricks is carved with symbols that could just be gobbledygook, but to anybody who's read ancient Sumerian, you would recognize it as classic text. Everyone who watches in the audience assumes they're just watching a simple stage magician perform, but they don't realize they're actually in the shadow of a true magician.
Langfisk, Rick Miller is loping towards you at an incredible pace. What do you do?
I'm gonna look at my bag of tricks. And look at, like, a Woomera is a stick that you can put spears on and it helps launch them farther and everything. But Rick is too close for that. No need for medicine, no need for a water bag, and just grabs this boomerang. Hand card from Gum, and it's got like a metallic edge on the edge of it, and just quickly puts on a leather glove on one hand, picks it up and tosses it up a couple of times, and looks at Rick and goes, "Come on, you shaggy cunt. Let me see what you got." And I'm going to wind up and I'm going to toss that fucker and see what damage we can rot on Rick here.
Per the rules of the game, you can't take Rick out yet, but you can at least defend yourself and Crimworn Gardens right now.
Absolutely.
This is going to be with Vitality. What do you afraid is going to happen if you fail?
That I will miss.
It's worse than that. The creature gets its claws on Limbo High. Roll with Vitality.
That is a 4 plus a 2 plus was with Vitality.
Vitality. Yeah.
That is 3, so that is 9.
Nice. I think there's going to be a complication here. Rick Miller's going to have your scent, and so that's a condition you're going to take, marked by Rick Miller. Marked by the cursed, I suppose, is more accurate. Do go ahead and describe, though, how you at least chase it off for now.
Yeah, it's like just like does that beckoning and then the couple of tosses of the boomerang and then waits and throws the boomerang and it misses by a country mile Rick, who like just dodges it very quickly and starts charging towards Langfisk. And Langfisk is just like, come on. And just like standing there, and we just see Rick just that gallop that wolves do when they're just launching towards prey. And then finally, Rick lunges for Langfisk, and Langfisk is just has his hands on the knife just in case. And then we hear a thunk, and Rick falls just short, and then Langfisk steps aside and then slides across the ground as we see that boomerang is stuck in the back of his head in this wolf form. And Langfist just goes, "Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Come on." And then draws the knife and starts running and tries to get like a kill, like just a kill stab in the side, and gets knocked into the pagoda and like breaks some of the wood, like it cracks under the impact. But he's up again, and then runs directly, and the wolf runs at him, and they jump in the air and clash and tumble, and it's just like a pitch of just like stabbing and slicing, and then claws and teeth, and it's tough, and Langfist gets a little bit roughed up, but manages to fight off Rick, and Rick is just like, it's too much. It's not worth it. It's not worth it right now. It's just too much effort. And then does like a baleful wool, like a howl, and then gurs and almost like spits at Langfisk, and then runs off into the night. And then you just see Langfist just goes, "Oh yeah, spit at me? Go fuck yourself."
Let's wrap up with Julius here. Give us the end of this scene here, Lord Grey and Redding. What's going on?
Well, as soon as like Julius takes like this very scant embrace, every thread, every swirl of blood just snaps shut. Unfortunately, it's not a total banishment. His body's banished. His head just kind of drops to the floor and rolls, possibly thematically at Bastion's feet. Oh, that was unfortunate. I'll just go. And they're scrambling on all fours. They haven't got up yet to just pick the head up and like covet it.
Oh, you can have it. Like Bastion's already kicked it away a little bit. He's like, ew. Like, oh god, it touched my boot. Like, that was very impressive. Should have asked you first. It was a shame you were on vacation. Well, this wouldn't have happened.
Weddings and stuff. I have to make appearances to make sure I'm not dead. Like this poor fellow.
No.
I think I'm not keeping this. I think Dr. Spectrum would love a fresh vampire skull to crawl and poke at.
I'm so... Okay, you know what? I do believe you would like that, but I also think you could keep it for your weird little collections. You've earned it.
Oh, I love gift giving. I think this concludes our business, unless there's anything else you need me for, Lord Grey.
And he does kind of look you up and down just for a second, and then goes, "Not tonight, but thank you. I do believe I owe you a favor in return for all of that."
Oh no, I would have done this if it was anyone. There's no favors of bartering back and forth. It's fine. And they finally get up, kind of playing with the head like a ball back and forth in their hands. It's a little bit heavier than they anticipated, so it's kind of
And Bastion's just kind of giving you like a look like, good God.
I mean, it just starts prowling. Like, it doesn't have to like skin. It's all exposed. The mist. Like, it almost had the college full nose. That's so unfortunate. He needs something after today. Messing around with this camera nonsense and finding it beneath it. Something, it's like a puzzle box, a disgusting puzzle box to work on.
Oh, he does love disgusting puzzle boxes, doesn't he?
Well, I think we're all disgusting puzzles once you think about it. I guess good night. Sweet dreams. I don't know why I said sweet. Just the same teetling. I don't know why I said that.
Good night, Tim. I'll see you in the morning. And he goes off. He like looks at his fucking destroyed room and it just looks where Julius was. Sighs. It's mostly content. Still a little pissed, and leaves and goes to wherever. He's probably the Langfisk's room is where he's holed up. I'm gonna be honest. Unless like there's another room that he's decided he likes. That was where he went. And he's like, fuck it. I'll go here and chill and wait.
Fantastic. That will conclude our night phase. In the interest of time, we'll do our dusk phase next week, especially because we have so much housekeeping to do with Nox and Nox's 2 moves. But before we go to Stars and Wishes, I want to tell you about something that was happening that same night in another part of the city. We are in a salon, draped in her favorite color of sapphire blue, cushions, curtains. Everything is dressed in sapphire blue except for Mrs. Brathwaite, who lays on a divan entirely naked, except for the enormous blue sapphire at her throat. She's stretched out, her body mahogany and magnificent, and she's looking directly at us. I have showed myself to you. Now show yourself to me. And the scene ends with the sizzle and pop of a camera flash. And now we'll go to stars and wishes.
Oh wow, guys, that's Willy friggin' serious.
What the Sigma?
All of them. Just I say everything, which means nothing. I want just a real little beat while my brain collects itself after that. Jason, taking the compassionate cats thing and turning that into a horde of cat warning, just like real master level shit there. Like just real good. Such a great small incorporation. And I'll come back to, I'll also say Wes's Unseen was great before everybody else also says the same thing. But I'm gonna collect my thoughts a little bit more now for everything else.
I'll throw stars out for the for night work. I really enjoyed all of your narrations of the Unseen and Tavistock Hall. It's actually really interesting when one player at the table does it, because it creates like a really interesting cohesion between all four scenes, which I think is not necessarily better than it's normally done, but it's just different and it gives it a different feel. And it really felt like you telling us a story, and I thought you did a really great job, and it was great.
I am always happy to prattle without thinking, because I just adore all of you so much, and you're all so fabulous and talented. Vyn, I'm so glad we got to meet Tim. Oh my god. And we got a scene together. That was very exciting. I love Tim. I love seeing you do a new character in the same game, and they're such a different person. It's such a different vibe. You've totally captured, like, instantly the second they opened their mouth and started talking, I was like, this is a totally different cat. And it's really, really cool to see you do this in like such a short period and completely just walk on, fully developed. It felt like they knew everyone like already. Of course, they were just on vacation at a wedding. Like, this is like just normal stuff. It was really fabulous. The specifically, I really liked how you interpreted like your smoke and salt, I believe is what it is. But your move with that, where the perversion of Christian rituals, because I was like really curious.
That was so good. Yeah, star for that. Yeah.
There's so many things you can do with that. There's so many things. And you did a really cool, visually cool way. I really, really, really loved that. That tickled me. I'm very excited to see more of Tim Redding and whatever the hell's going on there, and your new vampire skull, or Nox's, I guess. Nox, oh my gosh, I'm so glad we got a scene together.
I know.
Speaking of scenes together, I can't believe we hadn't done that. I think we've just been so going off and doing other. I think Lord Gray's just been trying to get killed too much. And Nox is busy looking at stinky dead bodies.
One of us is always like, I'm gonna go do this other thing, almost always that's not in the scene with the other person.
Yes,
So-
and I'm so glad. I am genuinely so delighted that you were like, no, let's do this because you were such a fun scene partner. That was so cool. That was a really cool way to address what's going on with Nox and the mastermind and kind of conferring with people what felt like for the first time on screen of like, this lady's been approaching me and I'm not really keen on it. Could you just like ask her to stop? Like, please? And that was really good. And just I really love Nox. I loved your night work thing. That was really cool. You're a fabulous storyteller. But specifically the one that got me tonight, I think it also got the chat, was your mask. Your mask of the past. I was
Oh yeah,
weepy.
huge
I was
star
like,
for that. Yeah,
oh,
so good.
dude, it was hard to like do mine afterwards. That was like because it was so I forgot that it was like in a game and not just like listening to like a story. I was like, oh, oops, there's things to do. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Just mwah, I love it. It's so sweet. Their relationship is so sweet, and I'm like, it's so tragic. That's so tragic. Langfisk, oh my god. This is like a really interesting side of this character we haven't gotten to see before. This sort of like this flustered, like kind of blustery, like a little out of his element. Because when he's in his element, I mean, we get the coolest fight scenes ever, the coolest, most amazingly narrated fight scenes. And when he's out of his element, it's really interesting to see how he behaves. I was like so delighted that you did go through with this whole I'm gonna go dance the tango with this strange lady. And specifically, I don't like this song, and waiting for a solid 2 minutes on a success and being like, this is what my version of success looks like. I did make everyone wait a minute before we could do this. That was very, very good. That I just love it. I'm delighted. I loved your fight, and I always love your format with your letters. That's always bananas. I'm just like I see you pull out the book. I'm like, ooh, fancy. Ooh, fancy. And yeah, 10 out of 10. I really love this. I'm interested to see if this lady does show up. Who is she? Where are all the magpies in people's hairs? This is something. Jason. And Jason, oh my gosh. I absolutely adore how much you roll with the shenanigans we kind of like throw out there. Like, oh, Rick's feeding the cats. And you're like Tony said, absolutely masterclass of like making that a huge scene thing and an actual like a mechanical warning. I as much as Bastian doesn't like Julius, I love Julius. He's hilarious. Yeah. And like having him interrupt that conversation between Tim and Knox twice just really it killed me. It was so good. The little silly rhyme with the woman Langfisk ended up like having a date with, where she, like that intro, like that's so like, oh my god, it's ridiculous. It's delightful. It's just I am so the pacing is always absolutely masterful. It's really really cool. And that stinger scene, holy shit. Holy shit.
Waitley camera's off the table now, so
We fucked up, guys.
I was like, ah, man, this is it. This is it. I was sure it was gone.
We
Yeah.
fucked up. Oh man. And after that spooky mirror thing too, which was that's terrifying that she has that. So beautiful. 10 out of 10. Amazing. I love it.
I have stars for the scene between Periwinkle and Lord Grey was so fun to play. And I really wish you could have been here for it, Vyn, but I'm sure you can go watch it later, of course. But it was such a scene. I mean, because Periwinkle was like, I was playing him like somebody who is like trauma, like stricken with trauma, like serious PTSD, but also like strangely like dimmed, you know, like as a person, like just like his fire just completely dimmed. And
it was so tragic.
I know.
And it was so tragic. And I just love it. I love it so much.
And then you were so cruel.
That was
yeah. And then Lord Grey was like such a Lord Grey was like such a dick to him about it, and like and so and but then that was a fun that was like a fun like entree into like the cursed like kind of defending Periwinkle, and but that was just such a fun scene to play. It was such fun like role playing space, and I was really and it felt like a really interesting like counterpoint because the scene took place in almost the exact same location as when Rick and Periwinkle kind of had their little thing, and this was like the sort of dark echo of that scene, and it was really, really cool. Stars as always for the journal entry masks. That's just so good. It hits every time. It's a lot of fun, and love that. I do think though that Tony's mask today was just really exceptional. It was like it was really, really like heavy hitter. We haven't learned much about Septimus yet, but I'm loving what I see so far, and I particularly love the perversion of the Christian rituals. I thought that was really, really well done, and it was so visual, and I could like really see the scene, and so I was really happy with that. And I like that the character has this like, it's almost like a kind of like nerdy like dark academia thing going on, like, which I think is kind of fun. It's a fun approach to the vessel, so I'm intrigued to see kind of where that goes. It makes me want to look and see what your vice is, because I actually didn't look to see what your vice is, because I'm very curious now. Sex with dark entities. See, like this is such an interesting character to have that as their vice, and so I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Just great time all around. Is really, really, really good stuff. It was a nice blend of tones and stuff as well. So yeah, good time.
To echo.
In the night.
All of the Hellraiser, Julian just like Lord Grey, feed me, like all the whole interaction between Tim and just that thing and everything, just that was solid horror, like gothic horror, baby. We're in the midst of it. Your little your body prompt, your memory with Knox, Tony, was really, really good. Also night work. Hell yeah, night work. I love night work. Night work is fantastic. It's one of my favorite moves in the game. Because I just love the idea of just like for a night, yeah, you're in the driver's seat, baby.
You could be the storyteller, yeah.
And also like I just really love and appreciate how like generous you were with the night phase too, because you made a very active, conscious decision to set people up to trigger that echo in the night for other players, and so that's really cool. That's a really
I think everybody got one. I think I counted everybody getting one. So
everybody got one. Yeah. So that was really sick. That was really sick. So I love seeing like collaboration and like teamwork in ways where it's not just I've got your back, let me do the help action or something like that. It's like, let me actually like move this narrative along so that it benefits you not only mechanically, but also it's like it makes sense and it's really good. And they were very well like written and narrated prompts as well. Shout out B and Vyn for Tim and Bastion. I'm so glad that Tim got to meet Knox and Bastion Gray before meeting Langfisk, because I can't imagine like if Langfisk saw that little freak lurking around Cremorne Gardens doing little like sketches and everything like that, would have been like, what the fuck is that fop doing over there? And just it would have been bully town central, population Tim. It's all bad, but I'm glad there was some really nice interactions. Now I just can't wait for that juxtaposition of like I can't wait to see what happens more with Lord Grey and what happens more with Tim, because I thought about using my person Friday towards the end of that scene that y'all had at the end, because it was a really good scene. And I was like, no, let them have this one. But just know, I'm always watching, Wazowski. Always watching. Just always there for any moment. But no, Tim is a delight, I can't wait to have because we got our first rites of Salt and Smoke, which is always good. I know it's a fantastic way to describe that. But I can't wait till we see, because we've seen they're just a little guy. I can't wait till we see she's fucked up actually. That it's going to be great when we see that switch, especially with what your vice is, or not your vice, but your vulnerable move adds that thing, whatever. Yeah, vice. I think. Yeah, my brain is scrambled eggs. Jason, the pagoda scene was great. Having the cats just show up, I knew exactly what was going on, and I just had my stomach just dropped, and I was like, "Of course."
I want to point out before we get too far that Levi in chat made the connection that Rick was able to talk to animals in life. Yeah, I didn't even put that together.
Yeah.
So that was just happenstance. Great. Yeah, it was a great observation.
We're even smarter than anybody besides Levi now.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, Levi.
Channel.
Yeah, so that like that too, like that's like there's levels to this stuff, and it's stuff that we're not even realizing, and it's stuff that the audience is realizing. Started the audience like tonight, like the chat was
fire tonight.
Y'all on it,
chat was really on it. It was good. Yeah, started chat.
It was just a good night. Like we just got it all rolled out and everything like that. Tech seemed to be working. Like there was just like some hiccups, and it was just random stuff that was just like kind of happened. It wasn't like catastrophic at all. It didn't stop the flow of the game. It was just a good night of the between. I love a good night of the between.
Yeah. I know I started in early. I had a blast. I also like Wes, you provide a lot of really good small details, and I notice it a lot, right? You do a lot of just really good intentional characterization that a lot of people, I think, don't necessarily put that kind of thought work into your character, but you will consistently come back to like little touchstones, like the bone-handled knife. Like Langfisk has a ton of knives, right? But we have this one knife that, regardless of what we know about it, it's obviously an intentional piece that we can identify with the character with no context for what it is, and it gives a sense of who you are, and it comes out in these scenes. But also, we talked about it in chat, but your narration of the combat scenes, the give, the take, the taking of blows, like I don't know that I've seen someone handle that as well as you as a player in PBTA CFB games. Like that flow of action is really challenging in this type of game, and I think you do it better than almost anything else. Yeah, the callback to Judas's knife, like I thought was really great. Also, too, it was really funny because I was like, I knew I had two sister scenes coming up, and as soon as y'all were like trying to throw somebody out of the house, I was like, I don't know what else I could possibly do besides mirror that in the I didn't, like it was just one of those things where I was like, two people trying to inject an unwanted person, like that is such a good fun thing. And then you said this thing about like I stabbed him poorly, and I was like, what a great Amazon line. Also, like there was just so much that y'all were giving that made it really easy to work with. Also, too, that was just absolutely tremendous. Tim showing up, it was really fun to do a couple of things in that scene. One, to like Knox only calls Rick Patrick, like never calls him Rick. That's not a thing that he has ever done or whatever do. And then having it go to like, oh, I'm going to call you Septimus also too, just as a player, and then having you immediately be like Tim, which is a thing Knox does any one time someone calls him a dog. It was just, there were these fun little parallels, and having another character who is a knowledge character, right? Like who knows things, but very different things, and the immediate character interactions of like, these are two smart people talking to each other who respected each other, are smart, but know each other's limitations, was just like a very good, super enjoyable fit that I was because not knowing anything about your character, like not knowing how they were going to fit, it was super fun to discover that tonight specifically. Beginning to have that scene and not knowing if we were going to, and also I don't know that I didn't know whether I was really going for a vulnerable scene or not. I was just like, I don't know what Knox would do at the end of it. But it was super fun to end up there. Get that scene, and also just be like, here's two roommates who have very different jobs, and and don't even know how to ask each other for help and don't probably interact a ton. And here is the awkward conversation where one of them is like, hi, like, I can make rent this month, but I really need your help with XYZ, right? Like, my boss, right? Was just super, super good. And then, yeah, I do want to throw out chat, like, super great tonight. Was really good. Just watching y'all also talk about some of the expanded things, like the theory thing. I think Wes mentioned it, like, like good stories let the audience interpret things and put them in the story and have those things become a lived part of the experience. And Jason, you were talking about this a little bit on I think Twitter, or no, it's in the Discord. Just like what it's like to live stream. And this is a huge part of it. Like, y'all as the audience really do feed what's happening in the moment. It's a really beautiful way. It's one of the reasons I like streaming, but it's really cool to see it play out in this longer way and kind of a CFB thing. And Jason, it is enjoyable to watch, having played with you a number of times now. Like, the differences that it's bringing out are also super enjoyable. And just watching you have fun. It's because it's been a big conversation and thing. So I do want to throw out, like, this is more of a design thing. Like, you have designed a game that lets everybody come to the table and have fun and build narrative, and that whether that's Wes taking over a fight scene, whether that's me doing night work, but you get to be surprised, you get to weave things back in. There's this constant give and take, and not only is that something that you do well as a keeper, but it is designed into the game and an explicit part of it. So this is kind of a double star within that piece. Which is, I really want to get that skull. I want to play around with it. I want to do weird shit with it. But maybe that won't happen. Maybe it will. We'll see. I'm super excited for next week.
I'm just gonna go across the screen. First, little sparkle. I'm so happy to be a little freak. A little freak on screen. I loved him so much. He totally came out not the way I had anticipated or practiced, which I think is even better. I'll talk about that later. Wes, I continue to loathe you. I can't stand you. I cannot wait for language. Put that fucking thumb down. That prompt was amazing as usual. I can't wait to get bullied in character. It'll totally be different from being bullied in person. Jason, I can't wait for all this monster nonsense. Rest in peace, Julius. I wasn't gonna kill him, but then the echo in the night dictated it so I'm sorry.
I mean, to be clear, you banished him from a location.
You're right, I banished.
He may not be
he's not dead. Sorry.
But here's the deal. Banishing a curse and leaving a body behind, that's some fucking fun shit to deal with in the future.
Yeah, we'll get back to it. I'm sorry. Rephrase, but still, that was amazing. Again, the cat thing, everybody said it, but I just have to make it 100%. That was such a great turnaround. Terrifying, but so good. Oh no, what are we doing? Oh no, darn drats. They're gonna be so much fun together. And that nobody has said anything about that that mass prompt. That was amazing with Cecil, like leaving and then actually leaving in the body, the skeleton.
That was really good.
That was terrifying.
Like, when you were like, they hit the ground, I was like, holy shit.
And then that visceral reaction to his actual reflection was also very good. He's beekeeping age. I don't see what's wrong with that.
Beekeeping age.
Yeah. So dorky keeping bees. I guess he is beekeeping age.
He's a dilf. Secretly.
Your dad keeps
But, and then of course, I love how like well Tim and Nox just happened to mesh together, because I was expecting more challenging since they are coming at intellects from opposite ends, but it worked. It was so nice. It was very sweet. And of course, that mass prompt was just amazing. And of course, yeah, that skull head, if assuming that it does make it to Nox's room, will happen. That's my intent. Overall, I'm just happy to be back. I had withdrawals. Like, you wouldn't believe I was shaking everything. But no, I just love this table so much. And I'm happy to be back, and I can't wait to see where it goes. And hopefully nobody else dies. I want these characters in place. Please.
Also, stars to all of you for letting me triple entendre with the Song of Solomon. Because the audience doesn't know this, but that came up in our chat on break, and then I got to bring it in to the thing.
I did, yeah. Star for that, absolutely. I just perked up and I was like,
That was the
yes.
cast echo in the night.
That was
That
it
was Star
was,
for
yeah.
I get to
singing
mark
it.
extra XP for that right now. But no, it was because like literally it was like Wes talking about almost going to seminary, and then I brought up a dumb thing about that. Then I was looking at the prompts and I was like, oh shit, I guess I know what song we're gonna close with. It was super fun. But awesome. Folks should go follow everybody, go check everything out. Go over to if you don't have the Between yet for some reason you're watching this, go pick up a copy on Drive Through RPG. It's a great place to do it. Also, Jason, congratulations on being mithril for Brindlewood.
I
Bay also,
know.
too.
I'm
Yeah.
so excited. Yeah, that's
So-
actually Brindlewood Bay's second mithril because
Yeah.
the old edition had mithril
Double
too.
mithril. And so,
Double mithril for one game.
but I will say, if you like Unseens, if you like phased play, and you like things like Car from Brindlewood, but you want to see what it would look like if there was an unholy fusion with that and a very light OSR system, Campfire Scouts is dropping for pre-sale for everybody else. But if you're a member of Zine Club, it's coming out to you. B got a chance to see it over the weekend. It's our one of our in-house games. But every month we publish a couple different RPGs and send them out. Campfire Scouts, you're playing campers at a weird camp that has weird stories around it, fighting creatures from the other world that may be part of your imagination or may really go bump in the night. It's a short little zine length game you can go check out. It's part of our adventure release for Zine Month this month also too. So if you want to check that out, please do. Keegan and our Discord community put that together about a year and a half ago. But we got some really cool and amazing art added to it, finished up all the layout, and are going to be something called Stream Away Camp at the end of June. So if you have a camp type game that you love, maybe a public access adventure of Deep Lake Lurker that you want to
There
run,
might be one there.
that last week of June, like check out. Just think about your favorite camp favorite flavored things also too. We've got some fun stuff coming up with that. So, but we will be back next Thursday to keep on playing. We hope you are going to be here with us. If you've missed anything, you can always check them live over on YouTube. But share what's happening here. We were talking about on one of the breaks, it's actually very good turnout. We have like about 15 people who show up week in, week out. We would love more people to discover what's happening with the Between. We've got about 100-ish people who follow the tale of things over on YouTube also too, that are watching pretty consistently. And a number here on Twitch who watch after the fact. But y'all being here live at chat is such a huge part. We would love to have other people come discover it also too. So please help spread the word. We'll be back next Thursday at 7 p.m. to keep on playing The Between. Night, everybody.